This is an adversary hearing involving the Quickle child. Ms. Ferguson is with us for the department. Ms. Wyatt and her volunteer are with us for CASA. Ms. Lucero is with us representing the child. The parents are both with us, Ms. Akris and Ms. Quickle, and they are both represented by Ms. Whittington, who is with us. Y'all have heard who all was in the waiting room, so if there's nothing we need to take up further than Ms. Ferguson, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would call Dr. Raphael Matamal.
Okay.
Dr. Matamal, will you state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. First name is Raphael, Raphael. Last name is Matamal, Mattamal.
Thank you. How are you employed?
My official employer is Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. I work primarily at Northwest Texas Hospital as a pediatric hospitalist.
And what is a pediatric hospitalist?
So it's a pediatrician with potential extra certifications in taking care of sick children at the hospital. We focus on inpatient care, not clinic.
And what is your educational background?
Sure. I attended medical school at Texas Tech from 2010 to 2014, completed pediatric residency 3 years, and then I have two board certifications. One is in general pediatrics, so a general pediatrician, and then I have an additional certification in pediatric hospital medicine. So I have two board certifications for qualifications.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask the court to recognize Dr. Matamal as an expert.
All right. So noted.
Okay. Dr. Matamal, how did you become familiar with Sophia Quickle?
I took her under my service on Monday, April 27th, for about a day, or less than a day. But she was admitted to the Texas Tech Pediatric Service at Northwest Texas Hospital on the 22nd, under one of my colleagues, Dr. Walter Bridges. She had been there for about 4 days. Dr. Bridges had given me a checkout before handing off the service at 7 a.m. on Monday, the 27th. So I did spend a short period of time with Miss Quickle.
Okay. And did you do her discharge summary, and were you the discharging doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And in that process, did you review all of her records from her hospital stay?
I reviewed the records from her hospital stay at Northwest, and there were some scanned documents that appeared to come from the clinic in Dalhart.
Okay. In the hospital records, it said she was diagnosed with failure to thrive. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what does that mean?
Full disclosure, it is a little bit of an older term, but failure to thrive essentially is currently known as pediatric underweight or like malnutrition. So failure to thrive essentially is a child is not growing appropriately. Generally speaking, it specifically designates weight, though if continued malnutrition occurs in a growing child, you could eventually have issues with height and head size.
And so if the records indicated that she had only gained 50 grams over 4 months, would that be concerning to you?
That would, I believe it was roughly 500 grams, not 50,
Oh,
but
50. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
but
I
still,
must
that
have
is,
read.
no, you're
Yeah.
okay. That is significantly less than we would expect over 4 months of life.
And what would be the expectation over 4 months?
So the average that we usually aim for is roughly 20 to 30 grams per day in the first few months of life. We usually aim a little bit closer to 30.
Okay. And does that roughly come out to double the birth weight at 4 months?
Yeah, so roughly at 4 months, we expect the child to be roughly double their birth weight.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with the parents?
Yes, I met her parents that Monday during morning rounds. Had a fairly brief conversation with them.
And what did you discuss with them?
We discussed her weight gain, kind of emphasis that in order for her to regain her body weight or like appropriately achieve regain of the growth curve on weight, she would need potential supplementation because I know mom was doing breastfeeding. She would need additional supplementation with formula to get her back on the growth chart. Given how significant her malnutrition was, frequent weight checks, usually every 1 to 2 weeks until she's back on the curve, would be strongly recommended.
Okay. And you mentioned significant malnutrition. So what indicated that to you?
So her birth weight, and I just full disclosure for the court, we usually use metric system, not pounds and ounces, but her birth weight was 3.25 kilos, which puts her at roughly the 40th to 50th percentile. So she was on the growth curve when she was born, so she was appropriately sized. Um, in terms of in ter sorry, could you repeat your question? What
Sorry.
specifically
What
clarification?
indicated to, what indicated to you severe malnutrition?
Okay, gotcha. So a few indications. So one is she was initially on the growth curve when she was born. So at some point during the intervening several months, she had fallen completely off the growth curve. So if you look at like a standard growth chart, there's usually what are called percentiles. So if you're at the 50th percentile, roughly half of children your age are heavier than you, and roughly half of children your age are less than your weight. For Sophia, she had fallen completely off the standard percentiles. So those will go, third percentile, fifth percentile, 10th percentile. So she was a couple of standard deviations below that, which means she was wildly underweight. So this would be, if you compared her to like 1,000 other children at her age, 999 would be heavier than her. So, and then the other child would probably also need medical evaluation. So that was one in terms of her actual growth chart. Um, in terms of her physical appearance, she did interact with us, which was reassuring when I saw her on that Monday. But she is what's called cachectic. So that's where we see a little bit less fat on the body and muscle mass. So we would see that with, for instance, like a teenage anorexic patient or a patient with wasting away from, say, HIV or like a cancer patient. I'm not saying she had those, obviously, but she had significantly underdeveloped arms, legs, less body fat on the abdomen, less body fat around the head. So on physical examination, she was significantly underweight.
Okay. And in your discharge summary, you said that it had been ruled gastroesophageal reflux and a milk protein allergy had been ruled out. How did you do that? Or how
So
did
these
the,
are yeah, so these are unlikely to be diagnoses. So when we do, part of it is a speech therapy evaluation. So they do bedside speech therapy. They work with the parents, see, are we having issues with direct on latch breastfeeding, taking express breast milk by bottle? Do we need to change potentially the bottle type, nipple size, things like that? Certain babies will do better with certain size nipples if we're doing bottles, things like that. Um, we didn't see any indication that the child had severe reflux in terms of frequent vomiting with feeds when we were doing paced feeds, things like that. Um, and then in terms of milk protein allergies, so those are generally seen, those are usually one persistent throughout infancy. So you would usually see not just weight issues, but you would see malabsorption issues, say like mucousy stools, bloody stools, things like that, severe rashes. We didn't see any indication of that.
okay. And also I had noted in the medical records that endocrine issues and hepatic or renal disease and cardiac issues were all uh, potential causes of malnutrition like this. Were those also ruled out?
Yeah, so there was an evaluation done by my colleagues. So part of it from an endocrinology evaluation, the biggest cause of failure to thrive or underweight from a nutrition standpoint, or sorry, from an endocrine standpoint, is usually a failure to have enough thyroid hormone, so low thyroid. That was checked on initial evaluation, that was normal. My understanding is at birth she had the first Texas newborn screen, which will also look for several endocrine disorders, including thyroid hormones. That was okay. She hadn't received a second newborn screen, which we do recommend. That's usually done at the second week of life, but the first one was uneventful. She did not have any signs. The other one that would be noticeable immediately, or she would have potentially died by now, would be what's called adrenal insufficiency, where your body cannot produce enough stress hormones if you're stressed or crying or having, illness, things like that. That usually presents with critically low blood pressure, low sugars, significant electrolyte abnormalities. She didn't have any consistent with an adrenal insufficiency there. In terms of heart evaluation, she didn't have any unusual murmur on examination. She did not get a full comprehensive heart scan due to the lack of a murmur and a normal what's called EKG, showing that she didn't have any heart arrhythmias or any abnormal findings that would indicate her heart was enlarged or anything like that. You had also you mentioned endocrine, cardiac, and hepatic and renal. Okay. So she had normal what are called liver enzymes. So those are on blood work. So usually your liver has several hundred functions, but one of them is detoxification, processing toxins, things like that. If we have any sort of inflammation in the liver, or if we have any sort of issues there, you can have elevations of that blood work showing liver damage, and she did not have that. She also had a low, what's called creatinine level, which indicates that her kidney is processing toxins and excreting them through urine. So she had no indications of a kidney issue, liver issue, heart issue, or hormone issue in our evaluation.
Thank you. And at her weight, was it important to screen for endocrine and kidney issues?
It is. Failure to thrive, I should note, generally speaking, nearly every case, so over 95% of cases, are generally due to improper feeding or consumption, like not enough calories getting in the tank, things like that. We are mindful of that small percentage that may have a significant genetic disorder or other issue. Most genetic issues will have what are called dysmorphologies, where the child has like clinical features, say, for instance, like Down syndrome, things like that. The ones that fly under the radar, the biggest one really is any sort of like liver or kidney issue where you may have a normal face, normal bone structure, things like that, but you may have something abnormal at the tissue level, which we have to pick up on blood work. And her blood work for that was okay, so they didn't indicate a liver or kidney issue that could cause problems with her gaining weight.
So the only way that you can screen for endocrine and renal type issues would be through lab work, through blood work.
Primarily blood work. The Texas newborn screen also is helpful. It tests for about 50 to 60 diseases. There are types of diseases. They're always adding new things. That one was unremarkable. It doesn't test for everything, obviously, but for instance, she had a negative cystic fibrosis screen, things like that. So that's also helpful because you can't clinically test for every single disease, but with a good evaluation, you can rule out pretty much everything practical.
So the second newborn screening, what does that test for?
I test for the same diseases. What we so as an aside, I like to joke that the United States is essentially 50 small countries in a trench coat. So there's 50 different states, 50 different standards. Texas is actually probably the third most robust in the country after New York and California in terms of things they test for. Almost every state, with a couple of exceptions, recommend two tests. So the first test is usually done in the nursery or at birth. That is to pick up any sort of emergency conditions that could kill the child in the first few days. So that is done at birth, with the caveat that we set the threshold for flagging a positive newborn screen very low. So we occasionally will have false positives on that. We would definitely rather have a false positive than a false negative. We don't want to miss something that could potentially kill the baby in the first week. After everything kind of balances out, we usually recommend a second newborn screen in the second week of life. It tests for the same diseases, but the reason we do that twice back to back is that the second test in the second week of life, you have less false positives. Now, for Sophia, she didn't flag for anything. We still do recommend you get two tests, but the first test is the most important by far.
Okay. But I do want to just clarify that the endocrine issues and renal issues can't be evaluated or ruled out or ruled in without lab work. Is that correct?
Yes, there's not a physical exam finding, unfortunately, that allows me to tell exactly how good your kidneys are working. You know, you can always rely on monitoring urine output, looking for any sort of physical findings that would indicate a genetic issue that could also have kidney problems. But the best way to evaluate renal function is blood work.
And if one of those issues had been present, would it be important to start treatment or evaluation right away on that issue?
Yes. So we occasionally, I'll use an example. The even though it's way less than 5% of patients that we admit to the hospital for failure to thrive, the most common renal condition that would cause issues is something called renal tubular acidosis, where the kidney cannot process toxins very well, and it can cause a buildup of acid or acidosis in the blood. We can see that through monitoring electrolytes in the blood and the urine. But that is not something we can do a physical exam for. That requires medical evaluation with blood and urine workup.
So that's why, say, a doctor or physician's assistant seeing the child for a checkup would recommend lab work.
Yes, if it's to the point where it's significant, we would definitely recommend lab work to rule out any sort of rare condition that could be an issue as well.
Thank you. I also noted in the medical records, it says poor perfusion of major organs secondary to likely decreased intervascular volume from dehydration or malnutrition. Can you tell me what that means?
Yes, no, you're good. She did have some abnormalities on blood work. One of the biggest ones on initial evaluation is something called the lactic acid or lactate level. So, as an aside, one of the reasons God gave us a circulatory system is for us to perfuse our organs. So we deliver blood, which contains oxygen to our tissues, and we pick up essentially what are called metabolic byproducts, waste products from our tissues. So this would be carbon dioxide once you use up the oxygen to bring it back to your lungs to breathe out. But it also includes toxins, anything else from just the byproducts of essentially living. So it would be anything that we would bring to essentially the kidneys or the liver for detoxification. So when you have issues with getting enough blood flow or getting enough what's called perfusion, enough pressure to your organs, you can have a buildup of metabolic byproducts. So her initial evaluation showed a lactate of 5.35, which actually is exceptionally high. So that indicates that now, it's not specific for any particular condition. So, for instance, you can have an elevated lactate if you are septic, have like a severe infection, going into shock. You could have an elevated lactate if you're in a car crash and you're bleeding out. You could have an elevated lactate from severe dehydration. You can have an elevated lactate from other conditions. So it's not a specific marker, but hers was exceptionally high. A normal lactate's less than about 1.3. For reference, our sepsis guidelines, if she had sepsis, which she didn't, but if she had a severe infection, severe sepsis is defined at a lactate of 5 or greater. So she had a very significant elevation of metabolic byproducts with rehydration, food, things like that. It dropped to about 2.1 on the 25th, so 3 days later. So it did come down. But initially, her evaluation showed that there was potential issues with her getting enough oxygen to her end organs, like kidneys, liver, eyes, brain, things like that, and then getting those metabolic byproducts back. Since she had no signs or symptoms on evaluation of infection or anything else going on, the most common cause for that would be essentially dehydration, malnutrition, poor, not enough in the tank, so to speak.
And what happens to your organs if they're not getting enough oxygen?
Over time, you will have there's what we like to call acute or chronic. So acute, for instance, would be like a sudden like drowning would be something that would kill you over a span of a few minutes. Chronically, poor perfusion. So, for instance, if you're like chronically dehydrated or chronically ill, things like that, that can cause long-term permanent damage. So, for instance, with the kidneys or the liver, you may eventually start developing permanent damage to the kidneys or the liver. with the brain, especially for someone her age. Poor nutrition will be potentially a serious issue for her long-term development, like cognitive development in terms of her ability to speak, walk on time, see well, hear her parents, things like that. So long term, that is not good for health, long term health. And then depending on how severe it is, that could potentially cause a fatal event.
And when you say fatal event, what type of fatal injury could happen?
The biggest one with malnutrition, what eventually kills you is essentially cardiorespiratory failure. So either your heart gives out or your lungs give out.
And at a lactate level over 5, is that a possibility?
Over time, yes.
Oh,
I won't be able to give you like an exact quote. It won't be like, 2 days from now or 2 weeks
right.
from now, 2 months from now. But over time, that would be very bad if she continued on that path.
So without intervention, there could have been some permanent damage.
Yes.
The medical records also mentioned refeeding syndrome. What is that?
So refeeding syndrome was, well, I'll do a quick historical seg for the court if that's okay. Refeeding syndrome was best described post-World War II in Holocaust and concentration camp survivors, where if you are malnourished for a prolonged period of time, you cannot suddenly give like a ton of food. You have to be very careful with the pacing on that. So um, it was noted that, concentration camp survivors, if they were fed too rapidly, too fast, could potentially were potentially dying of essentially heart arrhythmias is what usually kills you there. Um, so when we have someone that's chronically malnourished for a long period of time, we do want to watch with paced feedings and occasional blood work to make sure that they're not developing an electrolyte issue. So I don't want to get too much into the technical specifics of it, but basically you need potassium, magnesium, and phosphorus to produce new tissue. So if you give them too much food, but they don't have enough of those electrolytes, once they're building new tissue, when you give them too much food from malnutrition, if you drop those electrolytes too fast, you can develop a fatal heart arrhythmia. You will usually see that by day 3 of life. Or sorry, not day 3 of life, day 3 of increased feedings.
And is that why a doctor would recommend lab work when a child was starting on a new formula to gain weight?
If they were initially
Yep.
malnourished for a long period of time, yes. Otherwise, not with every formula switch. But if we had gotten to the point where they were significantly to that stage, we would recommend a hospital evaluation where we check blood work. There's not a set protocol that's always hotly debated how often we should check. I'm more conservative than some of my colleagues, so I will usually check blood work once a day. If some colleagues are more concerned, they'll check it twice a day or even every 6 hours with more severe cases.
And would you characterize Sophia's case as a severe case?
She did not develop refeeding syndrome,
Right.
thankfully, but I would say that she was severely malnourished. Yes.
And were the medical professionals concerned that she was at risk of refeeding syndrome?
Yes.
And is that why she was admitted to the hospital just to make sure that she was monitored?
Correct. So traditional evaluations could be up to about a week or so, occasionally 2 weeks. With kind of the advent of more advanced blood work and also the unfortunate aspect of the American medical system and insurance not wanting to pay for prolonged stays, we usually confine these to more to like 3 to 5 days. If we're concerned about refeeding syndrome, because it's going to show up in the first 3 days.
Okay. I also noted in the medical records, it says that the ammonia level is borderline high, and that the second newborn screening would have evaluated this. Is that correct?
It does, but the first newborn screen also does.
Okay.
I did have to correct my resident's record because they said that the ammonia level is high. It does flag in the system as high. Her level is 82 when she came in. Now, for an adult, up to about 30 to 35 is high. But having said that, Northwest is a community hospital, not like a dedicated children's hospital. So the EMR is set for adult numbers. So a normal ammonia level in an infant, especially a newborn or the first couple of months of life, can go up to about 80. So a level of 82 is not something that would be concerning for an inborn genetic disorder. For reference, the last one of those I had, which that child actually died at day of life 6, but had an inborn error that was caught on the newborn screen. That her ammonia level was 1,050, so like over 1,000. So a level of 82, when you can go up to about 80 in an infant, is not, it flags as high, but it's not high, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Would that be something though that in the future she would need to be screened for after
We
she's
don't,
doing better?
we wouldn't have to do an ammonia level dedicated.
Right.
You could arguably just do like a repeat newborn screen when she's doing better.
Okay. Um, is there anything else that you can think of that you remember from treating Sophia that would be
Oh,
significant to this court?
gotcha. You put in the second caveat. You
Sorry.
put in the caveat there. I was gonna say she's a very cute baby, like very beautiful baby. Um, I was encouraged by her interactivity when I saw her. So this has been after a few days in the hospital. She was able to make eye contact. She seemed to be developing a social smile. While her malnourishment was extremely concerning, I am cautiously optimistic that hopefully she won't have any long-term issues from this from a brain developmental standpoint. Though obviously that bears watching. So especially the first 2 to 3 years. One thing I do want to note, I would hopefully presume she's getting weight checks and she's doing well. Um, the key with the malnutrition is pediatric malnutrition is substantially more dangerous than adult malnutrition in most regards. We children need kind of essentially like all macronutrients, what are called, fat, protein, carbs, and micronutrients, vitamins, things like that. You need all of those to survive. But for children, especially an infant or a toddler, that's also very important for long-term neurodevelopmental status. So, especially the first 3 years of life or so, important a sufficient amount of fat intake, whether it's from breast milk, formula, both combination, milk, food, things like that later important amounts of fat intake over the first 3 years of life is critical for development of the brain. So I'm cautiously optimistic Sophia will do well. I really hope so.
Okay. And was it necessary for her to remain in an environment where she would get weekly weight checks, where this would be monitored as she continues to gain weight and have like fortified formula? Was that important for her to continue, for her to make progress?
Yeah, so I would expect her to do well long term, but that does need to be monitored very closely since she was so far off the weight curve. I had put in my note, I had put 1 to 2 weeks, every 1 to 2 weeks. I would say that the mo most pediatricians in the community who got a baby like this would probably be doing weekly weight checks and then start spacing that out as she does better and gets back to the weight curve. So I did put a range there, but for her, I would be checking up on her weekly until she's doing better.
And would you have any concerns about her health and prognosis if she were in an environment where where her caregivers were not compliant with the recommended treatment, checkups, and lab work?
So it is ultimately the court's decision on that regard. But having said that, it is extremely critical that she have follow-up over the next few months to make sure she's doing well. And she needs to be in an environment that supports that.
Thank you. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Whittington, questions?
Yes, Judge, thank you so much. Dr. Is it Madamal?
Yes, ma'am, you got it right.
Madam. I'm Mary Whittington. I'm an attorney and I represent Sophia's parents. Thank you for
Sure,
your time today. We appreciate you.
no problem.
So based on your testimony so far, just to summarize it, other than being underweight, all of the tests that were ran came back pretty good. Is that a fair assessment?
So the abnormalities were the lactate. Um, Also, she had a low vitamin D level, which is not unexpected. So, breast milk is low in vitamin D and vitamin K. She did have a low vitamin D level of 21. Ideally, we wanted over 30. And then, otherwise, her blood counts were okay, and the rest of her electrolytes were okay at the time of presentation.
Right. While at the hospital, did you know that the parents were there, or was it mentioned by other physicians or caregivers that the parents remained with Sophia during the hospital stay?
I wasn't aware of any prolonged departure from the unit. I believe they stayed with her. At least one parent stayed with her. That is a requirement at our unit.
Okay. And while the parents were with Sophia, was it a requirement that any security or um, CPS supervision of the parents would occur during that time?
What are you defining as CPS supervision? Like a guard in the room, or?
Correct. Yeah. Was there a guard in the room or a guard outside the doors or anything like that?
No, it is a locked unit that has video cameras, and visitors need to be buzzed in to prevent unauthorized access. But we wouldn't post a guard in the room unless there was an issue with concerns about, for instance, like a suicidal teenager or a homicidal teenager, or if there was like a significant issue where we thought someone was going to come to harm the child. So there was not a guard posted constantly.
Okay. And so was there ever any concerns that these parents were harming the child?
Do you mean through physical harm?
Correct.
Not through physical harm.
Okay. So, looking at the record, did you notice that since on the day she was admitted, that she was identified as being active and alert and non-lethargic?
Yes.
And that she smiled and cooed appropriately for a baby her age?
Yes.
And did you notice in the record any indicators that there was bruising or physical trauma done to Sophia?
There was not any indication of physical harm. If you're talking about indicators of abuse of trauma, physical, no.
Okay. You said you monitored Sophia for refeeding syndrome, and that never occurred, correct?
Correct.
Um, were you aware that Sophia, after her parents sought medical help for her weight, had gained a whole pound prior to being hospitalized?
Under what time frame?
April 10th through the date of hospitalization.
April 10th through the day of hospitalization.
Yes, April 10th through April 22nd, she gained an entire pound.
No, she did not.
Okay, did you look at the records from Carolyn McBride
Yes.
dated April 10th? Was that part of your records that you evaluated?
I did look through the records, yes.
And do you recall then when you looked at the records what her weight was on April 10th when the parents sought help for her weight?
I don't have the number memorized. Would you like to state it for the record?
I'm looking at the medical record right now and it's in pounds, so you might help me convert it to the grams. I know that's what you've been talking in. I've got 7 pounds and 3 ounces.
Okay, let me convert that for you. 7 pounds, 3 ounces?
Yes.
I'm seeing 3.26 kilograms, but
I'm sorry, sir. You cut out. Will you repeat that?
sorry, I'm getting 3.26 kilograms. You're stating this is April 10th?
Yes.
Okay, that was her birth weight.
Yes, that's correct.
She was 3.25 kilos at birth.
Sir,
And
will you repeat that again? He cut out. He's gonna have to repeat that, please.
She
Thank
was
you.
3.25 kilos at birth. 7 pounds, 3 ounces is 3.26 kilos. That's 10 grams heavier.
okay. So on April 10th, when the parents sought help, she weighed 3.62 kilos. Is that your conversion?
3.26.
3.26. Thank you. And at the time that she was admitted into the hospital, what was her weight?
3.74 kilos on admission.
Was that approximately a pound?
Give me a second. Eight pounds, 4 ounces.
So you agree then she gained approximately 1 pound while in the parents' care prior to hospitalization?
As long as your argument is that she only gained 10 grams in 4.5 months. I don't know if that bolsters your argument.
Well, doctor, I think what we're looking at is the parents sought medical help on April 10th. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
And between the date they started seeking medical help on April 10th and received advice from medical providers, the baby gained weight prior to hospitalization. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Your notes say that Sophia did well with the Nutramigen. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And your recommendation for discharge was that for her to continue using Nutramigen for now?
For now, yes. Though down the line, she could certainly be transitioned back to a more conventionally available formula, I think.
Doctor, looking at the medical records from High Country Community on April 14th, do you have those in front of you?
I'm pulling it up in the system. Give me a second. Okay, I'm on the page.
Thank you, doctor. In looking at these records, do you see where the reason for the visit or the concern that mother had was the weight of the child? That would be
Yes.
probably on page 2. And at this visit, do you see where Carolyn McBride recommended Cabrita, a goat milk-based formula for the child? It's going to be towards the end.
Which page of the record? I'm trying to swing through this. It's a scanned PDF, so it's not the easiest to read.
Your luck as well. Okay, I apologize. It doesn't specifically state Cabrita, but it does say on page 6 to initiate formula supplementation, discuss cow, soy, and goat milk-based products or options. Do you see that?
Sure.
So if the child, if Sophia was making progress on a goat milk based option, to gain a pound in 11 days, would you think that would be a good formula for her?
That would be an acceptable option.
Okay. Looking at your discharge instructions for Sophia, can you summarize them for the court? What did you ultimately say needs to happen for her?
She needs, and don't get me wrong, I do encourage breastfeeding. It doesn't appear like she was getting enough in that regard, but I think it would be fine with express breast milk with formula supplementation. She did well with the Nutramigen. So usually the expression is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I didn't recommend changing it at the time. Down the line, I think if you're asking my personal opinion, I usually recommend cow milk based formula. Goat milk based would be acceptable if it's approved with proper proper ingredients and inspected would be okay. I actually don't recommend soy formula for infants, and I'm happy to go into the reasons why. But usually cow milk or goat milk based formula is fine. And then frequent weight checks and follow-up. For her, just to be on the safe side, I also recommended what's called ECI follow-up, so early childhood intervention, just to make sure she's growing and developing appropriately.
Okay. Would you agree that frequent weight checks can occur while in the parent's care?
It can for standard care, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that frequent weight checks can help monitor the safety of this child?
At the time of presentation, no, we did need to monitor for refeeding syndrome, but otherwise, past that point, yes.
Right. I'm sorry, doctor. I'm talking about from discharge forward. Do you feel like frequent weight checks will help monitor the safety of this child?
I think frequent weight checks and ECI evaluation would be my recommendation, yes.
Okay. And do you feel like these parents could benefit from parenting education, especially with parents dealing with feeding difficulties? Would be
I think that
helpful.
would be reasonable.
Okay. And do you think that medical monitoring of the child can occur while she's in her parents' care?
So that's the question. And technically that's for the court to decide because my understanding is they had to be brought here under court order to the hospital in the first place. So my concern would be whether or not they would comply with such a plan. If they would comply with such a plan, then that would be a point in their favor. If they're not, I would not recommend it.
All right. I pass the witness, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Lucero?
Thank you. Dr. Madamal, hi. I'm Maureen Lucero. I represent Sophia. Ms. Whittington covered quite a bit of it. I just needed some clarification. You stated that you met with the parents or at least talked to them briefly before Sophia was discharged. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was morning rounds, mid-morning to before noon, I believe.
Okay. And when you spoke with them, you stated earlier that you had talked with them about supplementation with formula. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
Okay. And how did they react to that? I mean, did they give you any pushback on that or what was their response?
The response was that they seemed open to it. There was a statement made by the father that they had ordered a 4-pack of Nutramigen and to the house. I did. There was an offer made on our end if they needed assistance for us to fill out WIC paperwork for that because Nutramigen can be $70 to $75 a can. It's not cheap. I do believe that was declined.
Okay. But you do recall him stating that they ordered at least 4 cans for Sophia, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated a 4-pack. Yes.
All right. And then earlier I won't have you repeat it all, but just your recommendation of what you're stating would be good for Sophia going forward. Besides talking with the parents about um, formula supplementation. Did you share anything else that they would need to do going forward to care for Sophia, or was it just pretty much the milk supplementation, the formula?
It was the milk supplementation, weight checks. I didn't explicitly state it in terms of continuing the supplementation, but I did inform them she had a low vitamin D level, so we would continue, vitamin D supplementation on the side with that.
Okay.
And then presumably, if the child had been discharged, with them follow up with their primary for frequent weight checks.
Okay. And you already talked about how they responded to supplementation. How did they respond to the check-ins and to follow up with, with her doctor, things like that? Did they seem open to that?
I did not receive significant pushback or anything during that encounter.
Okay, thank you. Now, as far as the refeeding syndrome, you had stated y'all kind of monitor that for like 3 weeks. So if
Uh,
Sophia was
3
discharged
days.
on, oh, 3 days, okay.
Yes,
I
yes,
put
ma'am.
weeks in my
No,
notes.
if it's
Okay.
going to show up, it's usually in the first 3 days. You're good.
Okay, okay. All right then. Well, she's been discharged for, I guess, over 3 weeks now. So would refeeding syndrome continue to be um an issue or a concern, or are we past that point?
It should not be, though. For to give 100% on that, I'd have to know how she was doing in terms of her weight and how she's been eating since discharge.
Okay,
If she ran into issues again, then we would have to be concerned about it. But if she has been, then it wouldn't be a significant concern at this stage.
okay, thank you. And then as far as that Nutramigen, is that just till she gets back on the curve, maybe that she would need to keep taking that, or what is your recommendation?
That would probably be my recommendation. Now, having said that, we do work with families if they've got personal preferences, things like that. If their primary care provider, for instance, wanted to switch from the Nutramigen at this stage to try a different formula to supplement again, I would be okay with that as long as it's properly selected. I did put one of my recommendations in the chart, but there's probably multiple correct options here.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
All right. Any follow-up questions, starting with you, Ms. Ferguson?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Madamal, you mentioned that she had low vitamin D and low vitamin K. What are the effects that can be caused from low vitamin D and low vitamin K?
So low vitamin D. So vitamin D is important to regulate essentially calcium and phosphorus in the system. It's more important with the very young and the very old, but low vitamin D level would make her more prone to fractures and could cause issues with bone growth. Vitamin K is not found naturally in breast milk. It's actually produced by our gut bacteria that develop over the first few months of life. Um, Without enough vitamin K in the system, you could acutely have severe bleeding. For instance, if she was male and they had done a circumcision, you could have severe bleeding there, life-threatening. There is a low but present risk. Now, I'm not going to get into the philosophical arguments here. I did see that the parents had declined a lot of interventions at birth. With vitamin K, there is what's called vitamin K deficiency bleeding. That is either immediate bleeding at birth, which you could see with, for instance, with the circumcision, or if they have a spontaneous bleed. There is something called late onset VKDB, which the court and her caretaker should be aware of, that there is a theoretical risk of intracranial bleeding or bleeding in the gut, low risk but present, up until about 6 months of life without enough vitamin K.
And you mentioned that vitamin K comes from gut bacteria. If a child is malnourished, are they getting, I mean, is that a risk for not getting enough vitamin K?
That is a risk.
And so that puts the child at a heightened risk of having a bleeding issue if the vitamin K gets too low. Is that correct?
It is. Sophia's getting out of that window where we would be alarmed, but that was always a theoretical risk with her.
And to evaluate a child's vitamin D and vitamin K, does that require a blood test?
Vitamin D and vitamin K levels require blood work, yes.
So and I know that Ms. Whittington asked you about the medical records from previous providers who had seen Sophia before she came to the hospital. So I'm going to ask you, did you see in there where the parents failed to take their child to get lab work?
Yes, I did see that there was some back and forth on that.
So if Sophia was gaining weight on this new goat milk formula, what does that mean that's the period of time where she was at risk of refeeding syndrome? Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
And so if the parents are refusing for her to have blood work, does that even put her more at risk? Because does that prevent medical professionals from determining whether or not that syndrome is developing?
Yeah, it would so full disclosure, I don't know the provider in the Dalhart Clinic. I will let you know that generally speaking, most community providers, when they see a child this malnourished, will call us immediately for admission to start, and then we monitor that while we work on it.
Okay. Okay. And also, would you be concerned if Sophia went back into the care of parents who continued to refuse blood work or lab work?
Yeah, if they continue to not if there was a continuation of not following up or doing appropriate medical intervention, yes, I would be very concerned.
Because is it that lab work that's required to monitor vitamin D, vitamin K, electrolytes, other things? Is that correct?
Correct. There's not generally very good physical exam findings for that. And this is meant as a joke, but on rounds, I like to joke with my residents, what's the first clinical sign of your blood potassium being abnormal? And they look at me and I say, clinical sign. Your first clinical sign is death from a heart arrhythmia. So usually, if we have significant concerns, we need to monitor that with blood work before it becomes a serious problem.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, during the period of time that Sophia was in the hospital, were her parents always compliant with what medical professionals recommended?
I wasn't on call for this, but there was an incident. My understanding was Friday, the 24th, where there was a statement that they were planning to leave the hospital.
And at that point, if they'd left the hospital with Sophia, would you have been concerned about her health?
So oddly enough, that was at day 3, so I would still be concerned because that's about where if it's going to show up, it's going to show up. So I would have been concerned, especially for the potential development up until around like Saturday or so to Sunday.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Whittington, any further questions?
Hello, Judge. Doctor, it sounds like Sophia was properly evaluated, all of the potential risks and harms for a child in her condition. Is that correct?
Correct. I was taking over for Dr. Bridges' service. I probably would have done like one more test, but it looks like she's done pretty well. That test would have been just for completeness sake, because this sort of thing unfortunately does go to court. Was while cardiac stuff was ruled out, I usually, as a baseline, also get an echocardiogram. I like to see what the heart function does in terms of beating as well, but her actual EKG was normal. But besides that, yeah, I would agree with Dr. Bridges' work.
Do you recall on the last day of when Sophia was discharged, writing on the board that Sophia was medically clear today?
Correct.
Password.
Ms. Lucero, any further questions? You're muted.
Yes, sorry. Dr. Madamal, if, and once you leave today, you're not, you're not making the decision. You've made it clear that the court will make the decision, going forward with Sophia. But if the parents were following up with weekly check-ins and supplementing, and there were eyes on them that make sure everything was going well, did you have any other concerns regarding their care of Sophia from your interactions with them?
So I would say yes, just because in order it's not commonly that we have to have a court order for them to come to the hospital for medical evaluations. So we already have a potential data point of stubbornness here slash potentially not acting in her best interest. So I do have concerns that they had to come to the hospital after being ordered to do so, because most parents are okay with coming for an evaluation if they're that concerned. So that data point did bother me a lot.
And Dr. Madamal, you realize that a lot of the information that you got, I understand you have medical records and you've reviewed and we appreciate that, but a lot of the information of the parents' actions and what they did or didn't do, would you agree with me? All that came from the department and you really don't know really the backstory besides what was presented to you.
That and also, yeah, they had missed the 2 month checkup, but yeah.
Okay. And were you aware of any other checkups that they missed besides the
So
2 months?
usually there's a newborn checkup, a 2 week checkup, a 2 month, a 4 month, and a 6 month. I did not see a 2 month checkup. So
Okay.
my question is whether or not that potentially could have been addressed earlier.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right, anyone else?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge.
All right. Doctor, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go about your day's business.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'll note that since we started that first witness, Jennifer Hansen has now joined the waiting room. All right. Ms. Ferguson, your next witness.
I would call Dr. Jennifer Hansen.
Okay, let's get her in. Dr. Hansen, this is Judge Graham. If you'd unmute. All right, thank you, ma'am. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hansen, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jennifer Hansen, Jennifer Hansen.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I am the director of the child abuse team at Texas Tech in Lubbock.
And what is your educational background?
I graduated from medical school from the University of New Mexico in 2008 and then completed a 3-year general pediatrics residency training at the University of New Mexico. I finished that in 2011 and became board certified in general pediatrics. I then went on to do a child abuse pediatrics fellowship training at Children's Mercy in Kansas City. I finished that in 2016 and became board certified in child abuse pediatrics at that time.
And as the director, so you said you were the director of, refresh my memory, sorry. Let me write
The
it down.
child abuse pediatrics team.
Okay. And as the director of the child abuse pediatrics team, in Lubbock, do you see a lot of children for abuse and neglect type issues?
I do. So I see children whenever someone has concern for abuse or neglect. So I don't always diagnose abuse or neglect, but I see them when there is that concern.
Okay. And do you also work with the Forensic Assessment Center Network?
I do.
And what do they do?
So the Forensic Assessment Center Network is a program that provides DFPS investigators with access to specialized medical sort of review of a case when we don't actually see that child in person.
Okay. And just to clarify, you have now seen Sophia in person too, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. When was the first time that you became aware of the case that involved Sophia Quickle?
So I was contacted by DFPS before she was admitted to the hospital at Northwest Texas. So I want to say maybe around April 21st or 22nd, somewhere in there.
Okay. And did the department reach out to you to ask your opinion on any risk to the child?
They did.
And what did you evaluate to determine that?
They provided me initially with just some brief information. I think I had her birth weight and her weight at that time when they had gotten the report. And I had, I think, a note from a pediatrician and a photo of Sophia. And then shortly after that, they entered a case into the Forensic Assessment Center network, and I got additional medical records to review at that time.
Okay. On your initial, just your first glance assessment, when you found out the child's age and birth weight, did anything stand out to you?
The weight that I was given for her on that date was either at or even just below her birth weight. And at 4 months, that is wildly abnormal. And in her photo, she appeared malnourished. She had sort of sagging, hanging skin. And I recommended that she be taken directly to a hospital that had pediatrics.
And why was that? Why was it necessary for her to go to a hospital with pediatrics?
So the severity of her malnutrition was life-threatening at 4 months of age, where she'd had no weight gain and maybe even a little bit of loss since birth, is super abnormal and can affect all sorts of, well, basically every system in her body, including her heart, her nervous system, and the hormones and chemicals that regulate things in the body. And then in addition to that, when you are that malnourished, you are also at risk of having complications related to suddenly having enough calories, where it can also cause abnormalities in the chemicals in the blood that can also be life-threatening. And so those are cases that need to be admitted to the hospital so that we can monitor for complications as we start to address the malnutrition.
And once the case got referred through the Forensic Assessment Center network, were you able to look at all the medical records on previous checkups that the child had received?
I was, yes.
And did you note in there that the child actually had started to gain weight right before you were contacted?
There had been a little bit of weight gain, yes, right before, I think right before before I was contacted.
Would you be concerned with a child who is that malnutritioned, starting to gain weight?
Yes, because again, the risk isn't just related to them being malnourished. There's continued risk when we start to provide adequate nutrition.
And and are you speaking about refeeding syndrome?
I am.
And can you just kind of tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So when a person has become when their body adjusts to a state of chronic or long-term undernutrition, so they don't have enough sugar, enough fat, enough protein, their body sort of adjusts its metabolism to that state of lack, right? Where there isn't enough, so that it is providing nutrition just to cover basic life functions to keep you alive, but you're not doing things like growing or using muscles or interacting with the world in a normal or typical way. To do that, your body sort of tamps down on normal hormone processes and chemical processes that happen in everyone's body all the time. And so when you suddenly are given enough sugar and enough fat and enough protein, the body is not accustomed to that. And all of those processes that it has sort of tamped down suddenly ramp into overdrive. And you can get rapid shifts in the chemicals in your blood, particularly things like potassium and phosphorus and magnesium. And those rapid changes can cause problems with the heart in particular. We're watching for problems with the heart's rhythm. It can cause sudden cardiac death. It can also cause problems like diarrhea and vomiting and other things that can actually make things worse before they start to get better as the body accustoms itself and readjusts those set points back up to a normal level.
Thank you. And how do medical professionals monitor whether or not refeeding syndrome would start to happen?
So typically children are kept on a cardiac monitor where we can watch their heart rate and their heart rhythm. Their vital signs are monitored closely. And we also do frequent blood tests to check the levels of those chemicals in the blood.
So would you be concerned to or were you concerned to learn that Sophia was starting to gain weight, but her parents were refusing blood tests?
I was.
And what concerned you about that?
Because the only way we know if those dangerous shifts in the chemicals in the blood are occurring is by measuring the blood and looking for them. Otherwise, we have to sort of wait and see if they happen. If we know they're happening before we have complications, we can respond to them and prevent the complications from happening.
I want to talk to you about your assessment at the time that you did the Forensic Assessment Center Network assessment. You noted that Sophia was 8 pounds. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
And that was just slightly over her birth weight. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what does that mean to you at a 4-month-old baby?
So normal growth in an infant, all babies lose just a little bit of weight in the first couple of weeks after they're born, but we like them to be back to their birth weight or above by 2 to 3 weeks of age. So she should be above birth weight by about 2 to 3 weeks. And most babies double their birth weight sometime between 4 and 6 months of age. So her birth weight was a little over 7 pounds. So really, at 4 months of age, she should be close to 14 or 15 pounds. So the fact that she was the same or maybe even slightly below birth weight tells me that for 4 months, her body has been in a state of essentially starvation.
And what, when a child is in that state, what starts to happen to other things in their body, such as organs? What's the risk there?
So again, your body uses the energy it has to first maintain basic bodily functions, keeping your heart going normally, keeping your lungs moving normally, keeping your intestines moving normally. And then things on top of that are considered optional. So things like normal development in an infant, sort of developing neuron connections in an infant. This requires energy and nutrition. And at this point, when you're so limited, that is something that's got to go. Growing longer or taller is optional when we're talking about living or not living. And so that's something that goes out. And so children who sort of live in this state of chronic malnutrition frequently end up with something that we call stunting, which is where their bodies don't grow vertically. So they don't get longer or taller. And sometimes they never recover that growth. They do get taller, but they never reach the potential they would have had if they had normal nutrition. Things like immunity and keeping your skin sort of normal and intact so that it stays well nourished and moisturized. Things like, again, in an infant, learning how to roll over and hold your head up and smile and interact with adults. Those are all optional. Those are not necessary for life. And so those things don't get energy put to them. And so developmental delays are super common in this age, risk of infection, because your immune system is suppressed, problems with your skin, problems with your bones, you're at increased risk of fractures. Pretty much every organ system that is not vitally important for life in this moment sort of gets put on the back burner and doesn't get nutrition unless there's extra.
So in a situation like this, if there are any developmental delays, would it take a little bit for those to show up? Or could it?
It could. She's also really young. And so normal development in this age group, I would expect a 4-month-old to be moving and interactive, being able to look at things in the world, smiling, laughing, making noises back at caregivers, kicking and being active. But really at 4 months is when we're just starting to roll over. We should have decent head control where we can sort of hold ourselves upright and keep our head focused on something for a while. But yeah, beyond that, any delays may be difficult to see just because she's not doing that much yet.
In your assessment, you noted that it was significant nutritional neglect. What is that?
So, nutritional neglect in the medical world is sort of a category of physical neglect. A baby this young obviously can't feed herself, and so nutritional neglect means that a child is not being provided adequate nutrition. In this baby, that could be meaning that we don't have the product, we don't have milk or formula or whatever, or we're not providing it. Sometimes nutritional neglect is related to feeding and not
Oh no.
wanting to feed or not being able to, for whatever reason, feed a baby. In this case, there were no problems from a medical standpoint that would explain why she was so malnourished. And so this really just comes down to caregivers not providing her with the nutrition that she needs.
Was there also a concern with the lack of follow through with medical recommendations?
Yeah, so if a child is not receiving the nutrition that they need because caregivers don't know or they don't recognize or don't understand, then that's something that we can change by providing the education, providing the instructions. But when we have a child whose caregivers have been given information and provided with specific instructions by a medical provider to help address the problem and then don't do it, then again, the concern becomes that this is a neglect issue rather than a lack of understanding issue.
And did you see in your review of the medical records that whether or not these parents were following through with medical recommendations?
I did. I saw that the primary care doctor that they had seen had provided recommendations for feeding and supplementing and had arranged follow-up, and those things had not been done.
Have you recently, or since her hospital discharge, have you been able to see Sophia?
Yes, I saw her in clinic last week.
And what was your assessment of her last week?
She is still quite underweight. However, she has been gaining weight amazingly well. Her foster parents reported that she did not have any feeding troubles, that she didn't spit up, she ate really well. She had a goal for her feeding plan to take at least 24 ounces of formula a day, and they reported to me that she was routinely taking 32 to 40 ounces, so almost twice her sort of minimum. They had initially been concentrating the formula just a little bit, so normal formula has 20 calories per ounce, and they had been concentrating it to 22 calories per ounce. But since she'd been gaining weight so well, they were back to sort of normal calories, and she was still gaining between 50 and 60 grams per day, which is about twice the normal rate of weight gain for a 4 to 5 month old child.
So were you encouraged by her progress since she's been in foster care?
Yes, foster parents also described that I think they'd had her for maybe about a week and a half when I saw her. In that time, she had become more active and interactive. She was more vocal, more smiley. They felt like her head control had improved significantly. And all of those are consistent with a child who now has adequate nutrition to support those extra functions.
And you mentioned that concentrating the formula. What are they mixing the formula with? What type of formula is she getting?
So she's taking Nutramigen formula, which is what they had started at the hospital. And to concentrate it, they're just putting a little bit extra formula powder in the same amount of water. But now, as of the time that before she came to see me, they were just using regular mixing instructions.
Okay. If Sophia were to go back into her previous caregiving environment, would you have concerns?
I would have concerns based on the history of the caregivers not following medical recommendations.
And for example, would you be concerned if they ever refused blood work in the next few months?
I would.
And why is blood work necessary?
So again, the degree of her malnutrition, I talked a little bit about chemicals and things like that in the blood, but There are other elements like iron in particular that's important and has to come from an adequate diet. If you don't have enough iron, you become anemic. And if you are anemic for long enough, then you can have heart failure from that. And so she's now on a multivitamin with some iron to help make up for her malnutrition. And so at some point we will have to check that again in the coming months to make sure that we are getting her enough iron and that her levels are returning to normal.
Is there anything else that you believe that it's important for this court to know about Sophia at this moment?
No, I think the other thing, her pediatrician down here, or maybe the FPS, I'm not sure. She has a referral for ECI to just do developmental assessments and ongoing therapy. I think that's important for her moving forward. But I think we've covered it.
Okay. And let me just quickly ask you, ECI, does that involve people coming to your home and doing services with the child?
Typically, yes. So things like physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, yes.
And in order to do that and for the child to make progress, those visits have to be consistent?
Yes, they do. They typically occur weekly or sometimes every other week.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I pass the witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Whittington.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Dr. Hanson. My name is Mary Whittington. I'm an attorney and I represent the parents of Sophia. Thank you for your time today. So, Dr. Hanson, I want to first start off with you made a statement that the parents failed to follow up with the recommendations of medical providers. I want to start there. You said you received the medical records from High Country Community, and did you receive also the medical records from Ellison Palmer?
I'll be honest, I don't remember the names off the top of my head of who I saw. I can tell you dates. I got medical records from early in April. I want to say it was the 10th and maybe the 14th, and that documentation.
Okay, great. So when you reviewed the medical records that were dated on April 10th, that was from High Country Community, correct?
It could be, yes. I did review April 10th.
Okay. And the reason for the visit, did you note in that record that the parents presented for concerns about the child's weight gain?
I did.
Okay. And did you notice on April 10th, did you notice anything, or can you tell me if you saw anything in that record that instructed the parents to start formula or any medications?
I believe that there was a recommendation that they supplement her feeds following breastfeeding, to continue breastfeeding, but then provide supplementation following breastfeeds.
If you will review the record, will you double check that and make sure that didn't actually occur on the 14th, on the next week?
I can. It will take me a minute to find that because they're not our medical records, so I have to log into a system to find it.
Okay. Okay. So I will tell you that. Okay. So you said you had an appointment on April 10th that you saw on your record, and again, a follow-up on April 14th. Is that right?
That's right.
And as far as you know, the parents took the child to the caregiver or the medical provider on their own?
They did, as far as I know.
Okay. And on April 14th, the medical care provider suggested that mom supplement breast milk with a goat milk-based product. Are you aware of that?
I am.
And these parents followed the recommendations of that provider, and the baby started gaining weight with that new milk. Were you aware of that?
I am aware that she did gain weight at that time, yes.
Okay. And then, so if you made a statement that says that parents are just not following up or following recommendations, that's not completely true, is it?
So also at that 14th visit, they were instructed to return to clinic in 1 week for a weight check. That was not done as far as I'm aware. And On that visit on the 10th, she did recommend to supplement breastfeeding, and on the 14th, she noted that they had not supplemented with any formula, but instead had been providing pureed foods like baby foods, which Sophia was not ready for. So I stand by my statement that they were not following medical recommendations.
Okay. You stated that on the 14th that there was another appointment scheduled for a weigh-in. Is that anywhere in the medical records?
It is in the note on the 14th that was the recommendation, that she return to clinic in 1 week for a weight check. Weekly clinic follow-ups for weight checks.
Judge, I have a question as far as Ms. Ferguson has filed medical records to the court that are attached to business records. Those have not yet been entered as an exhibit today.
Your Honor, I'm happy to go out of turn and enter the medical records that we've been discussing pretty extensively.
That would be fine. I think it would be to everybody's benefit. I don't know that I've seen them, so.
Right. Well, Your Honor, at this time, I have given copies to both Ms. Lucero and Ms. Whittington of Petitioner's Exhibit 1 and 2, with one being, let me double check, I'm very sorry. With one being the medical records from Northwest Texas Hospital, and with two being the medical records from Kuhn Memorial Hospital. And I would ask at this time to admit petitioners 1 and 2.
Right, objections?
No objection, Judge.
Petitioners 1 and 2 are admitted. All right. Ms. Whittington, you may continue.
Judge. Dr. Hanson, did anyone from the department tell you that Mr. Quickle had requested to speak to you regarding your recommendation for hospitalization of Sophia?
No.
Did you make any effort to reach out to these parents to explain your recommendation and the urgency of your recommendation?
I did not.
Have you spoken to the parents at all?
I have not.
Whenever Sophia was discharged from Northwest Texas Hospital, what was the recommendation for her outpatient care?
I am aware of what the foster parents told me was the feeding plan, but Northwest Texas is not my hospital, and so I don't know what they gave, what specific instructions or recommendations they gave.
When Sophia was discharged, did you consult or meet with any of the doctors from Northwest Texas Hospital about Sophia?
I did speak with Dr. Matamal, who was one of the treating providers at the hospital.
Okay. And when you met with him, he didn't discuss with you any of his discharge instructions?
Again, he told me that they were feeding a regular sort of feeding schedule, like following the baby's cues. We call that ad lib. So feeding when the baby was hungry with a minimum of 24 ounces a day. And they were concentrating to 22-calorie formula. That's all I knew. So any additional instructions beyond that, I'm not familiar with.
Okay, that's great. And so you would agree that the baby was cautiously monitored at the hospital and received the testing that she needed to rule out, most of your concerns. Is that right?
To evaluate for refeeding syndrome, yes. Although I am also aware that that family refused some of those testing, some of the lab draws and things like that at the hospital.
Doctor, what I'm asking you is, while Sophia was at the hospital, did she get evaluated and were some of your concerns ruled out?
My concerns that she would have refeeding syndrome were ruled out.
Okay, thank you. Now, you mentioned too that in some cases, and not talking about Sophia, but just generally, if a child is severely malnourished, that child will not have some of the normal milestones of, smiling and kicking and not as active and things like that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you notice in the record for Sophia specifically that that she was regularly characterized as being very active, being very alert, responding to her mother's voice, kicking, cooing, smiling, all of those things?
I do believe that I saw in her records that she was described as being active and alert. Yes,
Non-lethargic.
correct.
Okay. As far as monitoring of Sophia, would you agree that weekly or even biweekly weight check-ins is appropriate for her?
Yes.
And is that something that a parent could do at home, weigh their child at home?
I suppose they could. That would not be the standard of care in these cases. These cases, children are typically taken to a medical facility for weight so that we can weigh on the same scale in the same manner every time to document consistent weight gain.
Okay. So if the parents were willing to take Sophia for weekly check-ins with their PCP, would that be appropriate?
It would be appropriate, yes.
And the same way the parents were following the supplementation of the goat milk formula that resulted in weight gain, if they were to follow whatever feeding formula that the child is in currently, do you expect that Sophia will continue to have positive results?
I would expect that, yes.
I pass the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Lucero.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hanson, my name is Wayne Lucero. I represent Sophia. I just have a few follow-up. As far as there's been testimony quite a bit about refeeding syndrome. So that is no longer an issue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then there'd been testimony earlier that Sophia had been started on goat milk and she'd gained a pound or around a pound in, I guess, maybe a 2-week period. Is that right?
Yes, I think about a pound in, yes, about 2.5 weeks.
All right, then. Could you agree with me that if she, that goat milk was working for her and it'd been 2.5 weeks, she gained a pound, that at least the parents, were moving forward on the right path following the doctor's recommendation?
I think they were following some of the recommendations, but there were certainly other recommendations that were not followed.
No, I'm just specifically talking about the supplementation. As far as the concern was weight gain, things like that. And I understand, that they didn't agree to the blood work. I'm just talking about there's issues about her weight. She started gaining weight. There's a plan in place with goat milk. And so would it have been, could the child just continue to have been monitored at that point just to, make sure that she was continuing to gain weight with this supplementation?
I think she could have been, although she did not follow up with the PCP for those weekly weight checks as they were at least as the doctor documented the plan.
Okay. Now, as far as Ms. Whittington asked you, if you'd ever spoken with the parents and if you were aware that the father specifically wanted to speak with you, did the department ever advise you that the dad was kind of concerned about all these medical procedures, things like that, and he'd like to speak to you directly? They didn't share that with you?
I was not aware that he had asked to speak with me. And to be honest, I don't have, at that point, I had never seen her. I had only reviewed records. And so it would not be standard practice for a doctor to reach out in that way because he had treating physicians that could answer his questions. So my response would have been refer him back to his treating physicians.
All right, then. And so even if he would have reached out to you, you would have been able to speak with him, or you probably wouldn't have spoken with him. Is that what you're saying? I just want to be clear.
If he had called and told me who he was, then I would have answered questions and things like that. But I would not have been I would not have been able to initiate that contact. Does that make
I
sense?
understand. I understand.
Okay.
So, so the, what you had was whatever the department told you the parents were not doing, also the medical records that were provided to you. And that's kind of how you made your, I'm not gonna say recommendation, but your decision that, hey, this child needs to go to the hospital. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. Now, when you reviewed the medical records from, I guess, the Coon Hospital, Coon Memorial Hospital out of Dalhart, I believe, um, did anywhere in those records where the parents had taken the child and there had been weight gain issues, was there anything in there that recommended that she needed to be hospitalized?
I did not see recommendation for hospitalization.
Okay. Now, you had stated earlier that the placement is currently feeding her on a schedule. She has a schedule, and also on feeding cues, I guess, kind of old school. Whenever like the child looks hungry or is fussy, they try to, to see if maybe she's hungry. Is that what you mean by feeding cues?
Yes, they feed her when she's hungry. She's not on in a set like every 3 hours or every 4 hours. They feed her when she's hungry.
Okay. Well, in any of those records that you reviewed from the, prior medical providers, did you see where it was mentioned that the mother was also feeding her based on feeding cues? Did you see
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes.
Now, whenever some parent or some moms, I guess, when they're breastfeeding and they're not pumping, but they're just straight breastfeeding, would you agree with me that they're really there's not a way to show exactly how much the child is getting, how much breast milk the child is getting?
Sure, that's correct.
Okay. So when they start breastfeeding and then the child falls asleep and seems like they're satisfied, some parents would believe, hey, she fed well and she went to sleep.
Sure.
Okay. Now, would some of your concerns be alleviated as far as the child being placed back with parents if there was a court order in place that they follow the feeding plan, that if blood work is required, they take the child to follow up on blood work to make sure things are going accordingly, and also weekly weight checks? Would that help alleviate your concerns?
My concerns would be alleviated if her feeding plan was being followed and she was showing up for medical care and following the recommendations from medical providers. That's all that I recommend for her now.
Right. Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson, any follow-ups?
Just really briefly, Dr. Hansen, how often or how common would it be for the department to ask you to talk directly to a parent?
For a child that I'm not seeing in clinic, it's not typical. That's not how things usually happen.
And is that why the recommendation was to take the child to a pediatric specialist so that they could then ask their questions to the specialist who saw the child?
Correct. And someone who is experienced in malnutrition in children could make appropriate recommendations for her health.
Do you believe, after reading the medical records that you've read and your assessment on this case, that it would have been reasonable for the parents to believe that their child was eating enough?
No. And based on the photos that I saw of her at that time, I don't think anyone would reasonably believe that this child was getting enough nutrition.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Whittington, any follow-ups?
Yes, Judge. Dr. Hansen, since Sophia was seen by other medical providers, even up to the day before she was admitted to the hospital, and none of those providers recommended hospitalization, Would you think that would be strange for these parents that someone that hasn't seen the child would recommend hospitalization?
Sure, I can see that that would be an unusual occurrence, I guess. Yeah.
Uh, no further questions, Judge.
Ms. Lucero?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I do have one.
All
I
right.
have a follow-up. Dr. Hansen, why do you believe that the medical provider that the parents saw on the 14th and the 10th, why do you believe that that medical provider recommended lab work?
To assess her underlying nutritional status.
And if that lab work came back, well, okay, can lab work show refeeding syndrome? What kind of
It
things
can.
does it, and what do you look for when you're looking for that?
So again, we look for different electrolytes and chemicals in the blood. We look for iron levels and anemia levels and things like that.
So if they had gone to the lab work and gotten the lab work back, would it have made you more comfortable that the child was okay and didn't necessarily need hospitalization had the lab work been done?
It might have, yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
All right. Anyone else?
No questions, Judge.
Dr. Hansen, what was inappropriate about the parents providing pureed food when it was recommended that they supplement the nutrition otherwise?
Sure. So infant purees are typically fruits or vegetables that are blended down and then mixed with water. And so they have less calories in them than regular milk or regular formula. And so they make babies feel full because they fill up their tummy, but they're filling up their bellies with essentially water. And so it has very little nutritional value. And on top of that, based on Sophia's age, she's not developmentally ready yet for baby foods. And even on the baby food containers that you buy at the store, it tells you this baby should be able to sit up by herself and hold her head up before you feed her baby food, which Sophia could not do.
Okay. So in the records you reviewed, no medical provider suggested pureed food. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you recommend, when you reviewed the records, did you recommend that Sophia be immediately taken to the hospital?
I said she needed to go to a hospital where there were pediatricians to be evaluated.
Okay. And there may not be an answer to this, but in cases of failure to thrive or malnourishment for a baby this age, are there any recommended services or classes that can help teach parents how to provide adequate nutrition?
I mean, I think parenting classes typically cover like normal feeding for infants and sort of how feeding changes with the baby's development changes. Um, Speech therapists and occupational therapists provide a lot of education to caregivers around baby feeding also, but beyond that, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else have further questions for Dr. Hansen? All right, then, Dr. Hansen, I'll go ahead and remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Okay, we're going to take about a 10-minute break.
Okay. Good.
Ms. Ferguson, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I call William Quickle.
You swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson?
Will you state and spell your name?
It's a William Quickle, William Quickkel, quick with an EL at the end.
Okay, thank you. How many children do you have?
I have one child from a previous marriage,
Okay, and how old is girl or boy?
a girl.
And how old is she?
She's 25.
Okay, and were you involved at all when she was a baby?
Yes, very much so.
So you're familiar with feeding and all of that of a baby?
Yes.
And did she have any issues?
Absolutely none, zero.
Okay.
Bottle fed baby.
I guess I want to ask, why were you involved in the making of the decision
I'm sorry, you
to,
froze about
oh, I'm sorry.
20 seconds ago.
Sorry, am I good now?
Yes.
Were you involved in making the decision to skip the second newborn screening?
Newborn, the second newborn screening, and I'm not sure I understand what that was.
The one at 2 months?
Okay,
I don't understand
excuse me,
when that was or what that
Mr.
was.
Quickle, let
Yes.
me interrupt you. Don't look to your wife for answers. You have to testify solely based on what you can tell
I
me.
don't remember anything about that.
Okay, don't interrupt me, please. I wasn't through. Your wife will have a chance to testify herself, but don't look to her for answers, and same will go for you, ma'am. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Quickle, you don't know anything about the 2 months checkup?
I can't recall. I think I wasn't involved in too much of the details. I was working at the time, pretty busy.
Okay. Were you involved in the decision to not take Sophia for lab work in April?
That was, I can't remember what date. I believe it was the 14th, but I'm not sure of April. Of April with Allison, with Carolyn McBride.
Yes. So, okay, let me back up. Did Carolyn recommend, were you present at that meeting?
Yes, yeah, both of them, yes.
Okay. And so you heard her recommendations, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you hear her recommend and ask for you guys to take her for blood work, both on the 10th and the 14th?
I don't remember the 10th. I remember the 14th for blood work, and we went to the lab, and it was the same lady that stuck my wife and bruised her arm. And so I didn't feel comfortable with my daughter taking that. At the time, I didn't know you could do a heel prick with a capillary tube. And that's less traumatic for the baby and everyone pretty much. But I didn't want to go through that. I know my stepdad was a phlebotomist, and he says
Okay,
babies
sir,
are the
you've
hardest.
answered the question.
Yeah.
When it's a pretty simple answer, just yes or no will do. Ms. Ferguson?
Okay. So do you recall telling Haley Wagner that testing had previously been done at the 2-week checkup, and you didn't feel like it was necessary to have any further testing as far as lab testing went?
No, I don't believe I ever said that.
Did you ever tell Haley Wagner that sticking an infant with a needle is traumatizing?
I probably told her that, yes.
Do you recall telling her that y'all were going to try supplementing with formula before going through with lab testing?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you've heard the doctors testify today, did you learn anything from their testimony today?
Yes.
What did you learn?
Well, I learned from the doctor's first name, Raphael. I learned a lot from him. I didn't realize there was that much in making that decision to release the child from the hospital. And because all he wrote on the board was release and the prescription of the formula, and that's all I thought that he was about. But he was about a lot more stuff than I thought, and it was about the blood tests, and I realized how important those are. And in the hospital, we did do a capillary. It was wonderful. She cried a little bit, but we got all the blood in the world from her foot, bottom of her foot. And so we did the second blood test that way instead of the previous blood test before that was a mess. They messed up her left arm. They had to go with the same arm as
Okay,
her.
sir.
Yes.
Once again, you're expanding on much more than the question was asked.
Sorry.
And I just want to clarify, Mr. Quickle, that it wasn't Sophia that had a difficult blood test. Is that correct? It was your wife?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Well, no, she did have I
Okay,
answered
okay,
the question.
okay, go.
Questions been answered.
Mr. Quickle, I mean, after listening to Dr., you said you learned something from Dr. Matamal, you know, in hindsight, would you do things differently?
Yeah, I probably, well, if I knew about it, I would do the capillary draw test, but they didn't say anything about it at the
But so you have to know about something personally before you would take medical advice. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
So, is it fair to say that you're a little skeptical of medical advice?
No.
Are you opposed to vaccinations?
No. I just have questions, and I have scientific questions about them, and about them, especially about giving more than the recommended schedule.
Okay.
Vaccinations, yes.
Okay. So is it true that you have asked that your children, that Sophia not be vaccinated with any of the vaccinations that are available?
Yes. At this
Okay.
time.
And do you have any particular religious reason for requesting that?
I have a scientific religion, but mostly a religious belief.
Okay. And what is that?
Oh, you want me to expand? I have Pennsylvania Dutch heritage from the state of Pennsylvania, and my ancestors come from there. And also, I have the Mennonite church in Wyoming that I went to when I was with my little girl out there in Wyoming. And she took all the shots, by the way, except she took an extra MMR, and it effed her up. For like 3 years straight. She was messed up. And so that was an extra shot that our doctor didn't recommend. And that's why I'm kind of cautious with vaccine scheduling.
So you believe that her extra vaccine harmed her in some way?
My first child, yes, definitely.
And can you describe that? How did it harm her?
She turned beet red the night after. It was like she had a cold, but it lasted for like a couple of weeks. We took her in, and the doctor said it could have been that third shot. That I didn't recommend that. And the government nurse for Head Start, we were trying to get her early Head Start, recommended that third MMR for the year, and that's what messed her up. And so we just got to be careful with this in the future, because I don't want any more trauma I don't want to cause any more trauma than I have to.
Were you aware, I know you've heard testimony today, but were you aware of what can happen if a child is low in vitamin K? Your Honor, did they freeze? I think they froze.
But I didn't.
Oh, okay. They're back.
No, I
Mr.
need
Quick,
education on that. I need more
wait.
education.
Okay, Mr. Quickle, let me re-ask it because you froze. Are you aware of what can happen if a child is low in vitamin K?
I can't recall what Dr. Raphael said, but I have it in my notes.
Do you recall that he said that your baby is low in, or was low in vitamin K at the hospital?
Yes, but currently not. When she was released, she passed with flying colors. That's how I understood him.
Well, is is she still low in vitamin D?
I don't know currently what her status is.
Were you having to supplement vitamin D for her while
Uh,
she was in your care?
yes, we had vitamin D, but there was no blood test that indicates she was low on vitamin D or
Did anybody tell you in the hospital that she was low on vitamin D and low on vitamin K? Mr. Quickle, did you
yeah.
hear my question?
Oh no, you froze up. Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm the one freezing. Did anybody tell you when Sophia was in the hospital that she was low on vitamin K and vitamin D?
And by hospital, you mean the Northwest Children's Hospital?
Has she been in any other hospital?
Uh, well, she was in a hospital. I just when she was born, but so I'm just
Okay.
clarifying. Okay.
Well, the hospital that we've been talking about all day, that hospital stay.
Northwest Children's Hospital. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they gave us a syringe and we were supposed to drop it in her mouth, which we did according to their
Okay.
prescription. Okay.
And that was vitamin D.
Yes.
Okay. Um, do you understand why medical professionals were concerned about Sophia in April?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what the concern was?
Uh, didn't weigh enough.
And what, and you did attend all the medical appointments, is that correct?
At the hospital?
Let me just clarify. Were you present on April 10th with Carolyn McBride?
Yes, I attended April 10th.
Were you present on April 14th with
Yes.
Carolyn McBride?
Yeah.
Were you present on April, I think it was 21st with Allison Palmer? Did I freeze?
He's frozen.
Okay.
Sorry, you froze for the last 25 seconds or so. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. Were you present on April 21st with Allison Palmer?
Yes.
And then you were present during the hospital stay. Is that correct?
Yes, the whole time. I went back to get a baby seat. I think it was on a Saturday, but I can't remember.
Okay.
But I was right back in the hospital that evening.
So what is your understanding of what Sophia I guess let me rephrase that. So I guess I asked you if you understood why the medical professionals were concerned. And your answer was because she didn't weigh enough. Is it more complicated than that?
Basically, I don't think so, because otherwise they wouldn't have. I think they fed her. We were feeding. So if it's that syndrome where the Nazi concentration camp prisoners got fed too fast, we're feeding her really fast, but we did it. We did it every 3 hours for half an hour, whether she drank it or not. Bottle goes back to the nurse. So we did that. So I'm familiar with that feeding schedule, and we're going to go with a recommended pediatrician feeding schedule. The recommended one, actually, now that she's almost thriving, like 1 pound away from almost thriving. We're going to go with the schedule from the foster family to stick with what works. And
Okay, let me stop you right there. You said almost thriving, 1 pound away. So what in your mind would be thriving?
double the weight.
What weight?
Right now, it should be just about double the weight between 4 to 6 months from my CDC research, but I'm not a doctor. So I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying that from my research.
So what have the doctors told you?
Double the weight at 4 months, maybe they say she should be double her weight.
And so that would be 14 pounds. Is that correct?
Plus or minus from yes.
Okay, so that's way more than 1 pound away. Is that correct?
As a couple pounds, yeah. I don't know what she weighs. We haven't gotten any info on that.
Did you have any specific concerns about formula?
Nope. Maybe to begin with, right when we first got her here from the hospital after she was born, we did have some problems with that yellow bottle that we moved to the FML purple bottle, the purple canister of powder, and that seemed to be better. It seemed to work better, and she wasn't puking it up, but still was an issue.
So when she was throwing up, did you take her to a doctor?
Right away, no. We just watched her feeding trends and tried to slow down the feeding, or maybe not fill her up all the way, and see if she's going to puke it up.
And what made you decide to not fill her up all the way? How did you decide to do that?
If she pukes all over you when you're burping her, I don't know.
Okay, so that was on your own that you came to that conclusion.
When she's hungry, we're going to feed her, but then that's how we determine whether she was full or not by scientifically measuring. So we probably should have recorded something, the feeding schedule, to probably come up with a good feeding schedule, and when she seems like she's hungry and she's drinking, and then when she's puking, I don't know. I need education on that.
So when did you first notice that that there was a problem?
Right off the bat when she was born, on the bottles, but I mean she was. I think on that yellow one, I'm not sure if that's for later kids. I think it's for her age.
He's gonna have to.
Yeah.
He cut out.
Yeah. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Or actually, let me just ask another question. Okay, so I asked you when you first noticed there was a problem, and you said when she was born. Then why did you not? I mean, you took her to the doctor when she was born. Did you discuss with the doctor about her throwing up?
Yes, yes.
And what did the doctor say?
To try a different version. So we tried the purple, I think, at that time, and that worked a lot better.
Okay. And did you continue on with the formula?
The what?
The purple, I'm assuming, was a formula?
Yeah, that was better. That was available at Walmart, so that's what we used for a while.
Okay. And when did you decide to stop using it?
We really didn't off and on, but I guess we started the breast. I'm not sure when we started with the breast milk. That seemed to be to put her to sleep better, and I don't know. It seemed to calm her down. So, and I can't.
So,
schedule.
Sorry, Mr. Quiggle, let me just ask you another question. Did you hear the doctor testify earlier today that when she was born, she was in the 50th percentile? Would you agree with that?
When she was born, I
That
don't
her
know.
weight was right in the middle?
Her weight was average, yeah.
Okay. So was there a point where you started to realize that her weight was not average for her age?
Yeah, I can't remember the couple months, somewhere January, February, maybe. No, March. March. You could see her shoulders get a little thin around, and you could see her ribs, and that's it. That's the main concern that I had was the skinny arms and the ribs and right here.
So why did it take you until April 10th to get her into a doctor?
Uh, I think we had a death in the family, and since the baby was breastfed, it had to go with a mom to see her sister with a death in the family. Her sister's husband died, and I can't remember when that was. I thought it was somewhere February, somewhere the near February or March, somewhere in there.
Okay. And so your wife went to stay with her sister during the time that she was grieving right after her husband's death. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And you can't remember exactly when, it was like February or March.
plane tickets. I think we took a picture of the plane tickets and the death certificate and sent it in for evidence. It should be in there. The 14th, I think it was Valentine's Day. And so I don't know when the tickets were purchased though.
Okay. It's okay. Do you understand why the department's involved with your family?
Yes.
And do you do you understand why Sophia needed to be hospitalized?
I'm unclear about that, but yeah, I wanted to talk to Jennifer, the doctor, about that, about why two people are saying she can be fed at home, just increase the calories and versus
Okay. Okay. And do you understand the difference between a physician assistant, a nurse practitioner, and a doctor?
I can guess at it, but no. I would be guessing. I think it's a doctor, but that works under another doctor as a physician assistant. Has to be probably a doctor that works under a doctor. The nurse is just a nurse practitioner, 4 years degree. The doctors they have to follow a doctor through a hospital after they get their extensive education, and they're really not a doctor till they have that experience.
Okay. So, do you think it's important for Sophia to see pediatricians?
Yes, yes, and we're not opposed to that. That's for sure. And also to do the weigh-ins at least once a week. If you need more than once a week, we can do it. Uh, it-
So,
um,
Mr. Quickle, let me just ask you this. On April 10th and on April 14th, Carolyn McBride discussed weekly weigh-ins with you too. Is that correct?
yes,
Why did you not go for a weekly weigh-in
I
after
don't
that?
know. I don't know. I think we had a week after her, and then we had CPS show up at on the 21st, I think, and over here in front of the church. So,
Okay.
mm, what was the
Okay.
question again?
Oh,
I
no,
think I answered it. I think I answered it.
you answered it.
Okay.
Did you, when Sophia was in the hospital, did you refuse a feeding tube?
Yes,
Why?
I did a quick search. I know I'm not a doctor. I just Dr. Google, I looked it up and it said there's a chance of her dying, there's a chance of her suffocating, a chance of going in the wrong place, feeding the lungs instead of the stomach. And also she had a boogie. She had a problem with boogies. She was getting over cold in the hospital. And so that could have been a problem. And also barfing up food. She could suffocate on her own food. And I did all that in like this 30 seconds. I figured that one out. And I said, no. I said, no,
Okay.
I don't want, I think the risk, because we're making progress, I like to stick with what works, which is the bottles. And the bottles were working. We're scientifically getting more calories and doing it safely according to the blood tests. And then, so that's why I said, no, I said, we don't need any more trauma, especially after the last blood draw that we had with the
So,
arm. Yeah.
so the blood test was important to you to show that she was doing well.
The blood test is very important to me. I just didn't like the fact that it takes a half an hour or 40 minutes to get the darn needle in that tiny little vein, and I just don't like watching it. I probably should just leave the room and have let the pros take over.
Do you
And
understand what the medical professionals have said the risk to Sophia was when she was admitted to the hospital?
failure to thrive. I didn't really get, that's the risk. The risk was low weight, and that's all I got to risk. I didn't, no one talked to me about having a heart attacks or all this stuff that Nazi concentration camp adult victims of that, eating too much and then dying.
Did
I never, no, I need more education on that.
did the CPS investigator ask you to specifically to take Sophia to a pediatrician?
Yes, and I wanted the pediatrician to tell me, or to a pediatrician. I don't know if that was Allison Palmer or what. I don't know,
Well,
but we
so
did.
were you at first asked to take Sophia to a pediatrician in Amarillo?
Yes, to the hospital. She said to the hospital. She didn't say, I don't remember pediatrician. She specifically said the emergency room. We're going to the emergency room. I'm like, great. Can't wait for the
But
deductible on that one.
okay. Yeah, sure. And let me back up. This was before you took Sophia to see Allison Palmer. Were you specifically requested to take her to a pediatrician in Amarillo?
Yes.
And why did you?
I don't know about pediatrician, but ER, that's what she said.
Okay.
Emergency.
And
I
and
remember
so
that.
why did you choose Allison Palmer?
Because she's right here in Stratford. She's not 110 miles in Amarillo. So we went here. I recommended that. We go here, and she followed me over there to Allison Palmer, and she was great. Allison Palmer is brilliant. She gave us a prescription. We knew exactly what we're doing. This will gain weight, and she won't puke it up. I mean, it's good stuff. It's the Rolls Royce for, getting your baby fattened up. So,
And so now, in hindsight, do you understand why the next day you were asked to take Sophia to the hospital?
sound check. Yeah, you froze up for about 20 seconds there. Sorry, Pamela.
Okay, let me try again. Do you understand now, in hindsight, after hearing all the testimony today, why you were asked to take Sophia to the hospital the next day after seeing Allison Palmer?
Allison Palmer. After seeing Allison Palmer, well, Allison didn't recommend going to the hospital, but yes, uh, Haley mentioned it to me like 3 times removed from the doctor. Like it went to the direct, from the doctor to the director to the manager to her. And then, yes, I realized
Okay.
I should get to the hospital if it's that serious. I understood Sophia she's still, even though she started feeling around right away around her ribs, I wasn't too concerned about her dying or immediate threat to her. But, I'm not a doctor. So they see the trends. Doctors see the trends. They have lots of patients, and you can't argue with that. So,
Okay. Um, when you were in the hospital with Sophia, do you recall threatening to leave against medical advice?
Yeah, I got mad because the wear, they used a different wear, and she came in at 5 grams above her 5 grams for additional weight. And I just was pissed, man. I I was mad. I go, oh, great. They're using a different scale here, and then I'm done. I was ready to leave myself, and I was thinking about taking my whole family out of there, and I was wondering if we could leave, if we had the authorization to leave yet, because I think it was Sunday. Was it Sunday or? I think it was Sunday, and I'm like, great. And then I just said, okay. They said the second weigh, and we'll do a second. We always do a second weigh in 12 hours from now. Can you wait till the morning? And I said, yeah, just weigh her again in the morning. Try to get that other weight set working, the other weigh scale. And
So
so they
what,
did. They got the other weigh scale working, and she came in like 45 plus grams that day for
so
weight.
what about the weight scale made you angry?
The fact that it was a different weight scale, maybe, I don't know. She was kind of moving around on it. I don't know. She was really upset moving around on it. So she wouldn't stay still. I don't know if that has anything to do with the inaccurate weight, but it was a different scale that might have not been calibrated the same, or I don't know. Maybe it was a different calibration.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask permission to share my screen with some photographs.
Sure.
And then I'm going to ask for some grace because this is the first time I've done this. Oh no, it's telling me, let's see.
I may have to do something.
Yeah, it's telling me I have to send a request.
I may have to get some help on my end too, because I've never.
Oh,
Oh, here it is. Okay, I got it.
perfect.
I've allowed it.
Awesome.
I've allowed
Okay.
it.
Thank you. And so let me, oh man, okay. Sorry, Your Honor, give me 1 second. I thought I had it up. Okay.
Okay.
And
See it. Exhibit 3.
yes, can you see these pictures?
Yes. There she is.
Is this Sophia? When was this taken?
Early on. It's an early picture.
Okay. What about this one?
Where was that? Let's see. It's really early. December sometime, late
Okay,
December.
so right around the time she was born, is that correct?
Yeah, about a month or so, 3 weeks. I don't
Okay. What about this one?
know. Not sure. I remember that one, but if it's dated, I mean, it's dated on the bottom of the picture, but I can't recall that one. But it looks like she's doing pretty good. I mean, she's doesn't have the ribs. She doesn't have the ribs. So we just need education on that, obviously.
So
But
what about, I mean, so you think that in this picture she looks like she's doing
yeah,
well?
yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Ribs, the arms aren't too skinny. I know. It sounds, I think I need education on this, but I'm not sure what to look for. So,
And this is a cute one around Christmas time, I assume.
oh yeah, that's a really cute one. And so this was before she started getting really, really skinny, but yeah, it is. It's because she doesn't have the baby cheeks, the big fat baby cheeks yet. Well, she does there. she's kind of still really small.
Okay. What about this one?
Yeah, she's got the fat baby cheeks. Arms look a little skinny. I don't know.
Do you remember when this one was taken?
No, but it looks like, I mean, if it's dated February 4th, that means about a month after her birth, exactly a month. She looks okay. You really can't tell with the clothes, but
What about this one?
it's a sad baby. Oh, Christmas baby. It's got to be close to Christmas.
Okay.
It's got to be, yeah,
And this one too?
yeah, yeah. That looks
And
a
when was this taken?
little tiny. Yeah, she looks small, smaller, and she's like her cheeks are,
Do you remember when this picture was taken?
no.
Okay.
It says March 17th, but yeah, it looks a lot. Looks like it's more like February or sometime.
What about this one?
She is. Uh, I don't recall, maybe February, mid-February. But yeah, you can tell she's getting a little bit, still has puffy cheeks.
And then that one. That's a cute picture.
I love
What
it.
about this? When was this taken?
That was taken after the Catherine McBride appointment on the 14th. So we just put up a carpet behind us, you can see, and then that's when that was taken for
And
sure.
who are the people in the picture with you?
That's my mom, Grandma Andy, and Vaughn, Papa Vaughn, is Grandma Andy's husband, and my stepdad.
Okay. And so, did they come and stay with you guys in April?
Yes.
Do you remember what the dates were?
I think it's Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to Thursday night, and they left, I think, Friday morning, but I'm not sure. I think it was a 5-day visit, pretty much.
Okay, so were they staying with you guys when on April 14th when you took Sophia to the second appointment with Carolyn McBride?
Yeah. Yes, and we were on the bottle. We were on the bottle, and she was just starting to gain about a half a pound after our 14th, or on the between the 14th and the time she saw Allison Palmer. So we were gaining weight, and we were supplementing at that time. You just can't see it yet because we just did it. It was like a week.
Did your parents express any concern about Sophia's appearance?
Yeah, my mom did. She's kind of skinny, and I said, yeah, but we're trying to fatten her up with the supplementation, and we did so. Everywhere we went, we were giving her the bottle.
What
And
about
then,
this one? Sorry.
yeah, that looks like it's a recent one. Maybe in the hospital.
Okay.
Because I recognize the band. I don't, but
Okay.
you can see her arms are a little bit more fatter. So that we've got her really fattened up. I think this is maybe Sunday or Saturday night in the hospital. So we had already been there Wednesday night, Thursday, Friday. So this might have been Saturday night or Sunday.
So do you consider this, you said fattened up. Do you consider this fattened
No,
up?
no, I'm just saying she's getting better on her arms. So
Okay.
you know what? To be honest with you, I don't know what she's going to look like when she's thriving.
Okay.
I, I need education on that.
Was this also in the hospital?
Yeah, I think so. I don't
Okay.
know. She's looks like she's doing fine, but
And is this a recent one at a
uh,
visit, maybe?
oh yeah, I recognize that dirty carpet. That's at the foster care facility. And we brought that for tummy time because we didn't have our tummy time thing yet that
Okay.
we ordered. It just came. So we're having fun with that tummy time stuff. Aunt Laura gave us that.
So let me ask you this. All these pictures that I just showed you, have they been altered in any way?
I don't see it. No, it looks like my baby, unaltered.
And so are they an accurate depiction of the events that we just talked about? Do they depict everything that you just described?
Uh, Probably, yes, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 3 with all the pictures.
All right, objections?
No objection, Judge.
All right, petitioner's 3 is admitted.
All right. And so, Your Honor, I've got to figure out how to stop sharing my screen.
I can't help you.
This is a cute.
Oh, up here. Yay. Okay. So going through all those pictures, do you see the concerns that the department had?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see the concerns that all the medical professionals that you interacted with had?
yes. Some of them, yes. There was a lot of them. There was like 15 doctors and undergraduate doctors at the hospital.
Was there anybody at the hospital that you didn't agree with?
No, no, I don't think so. We just put out. They asked us questions. We put out alternative, if there are any alternatives to stuff. If we're trying to, like, for the pricking of the heel, that was a great idea. Whoever came up with that helped us out a lot. I think it was the guys in the lab or something, and so they did a good job. And anyway.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did the department ask you if you had names of anybody in your family that could come and be a safety monitor, stay with you in your home?
Yes,
And did you provide the department with those names?
yes.
And do you have any family members today, as you're here, that could stay until the court says otherwise for at least 6 months?
6 months. No, we can't seem to get anybody to come out. I guess some people would have to quit their job or something and come out. No.
Okay.
It's
And
Grandma Andy said she could come out, but not for 6 months.
so you filed a motion for this case to be dismissed. What is it that you want to happen today?
I want us to immediately have possession of Sophia, full custody, with guaranteed weigh-ins, weekly weigh-ins with Allison Palmer.
So if the court dismissed this case today, how would the court be able to guarantee that you would do the weigh-ins?
The weigh-ins, because we're not doing the weigh-ins ourselves. We understand that. We're just doing the weigh-ins for our own benefit, to see that she's gaining like every day. But weekly weigh-ins would be the proof in the pudding for you guys. And we will absolutely do that. Actually, for us to get an official weigh-in, we would like to use our local person here.
So you want to be in control over who you take your child to see?
Yes, and Allison Palmer, well, I would, yes. I mean, I would like full custody, because if we don't have full custody, it's like we could, I don't like to say this, but it was terrorizing to get pulled over by the cops and a CPS and then have over here, in front of our church. It was humiliating and terrorizing, and we don't want that to happen again. So I guess we do the weigh-ins, and then as soon as she's weighing good and she passes her health checks, if there's any issues, we're going to be referred. We're going to be referred from this local clinic to either Dalhart or Amarillo. I'm willing to go to Amarillo to even do a blood test if it's once every week or so. I not daily. I wouldn't want to do daily blood tests, but we
Sure.
can.
Okay. Let me stop you there,
Reasonable.
Mr.
I just
Pickle.
want to do
Yeah,
reasonable
we
stuff.
get the gist. Your Honor, at this time I pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Whittington?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Quickle, how long have you lived in Stratford?
Approximately 8 years.
And where do you work?
I work with the old CenturyLink building with Lumen, and although my paycheck says it's coming from level 3, that's just accounting.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've been here
And
for
what do
8 years.
you do there for? What do
I
you do there for?
I do corporate internet for corporations and government, all the government, including all the agencies and everyone.
Okay.
And most of the corporations that AT&T is not doing. In fact, every corporation that AT&T is not handling, we're handling. So pretty much it's like 50-50 on the corporation in corporate America is done through the
That's
Stratford.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And how long have you been married to Tanya?
We've been married since 2022, 9th of May.
Okay.
9th of May, 2022.
Now, when you went with your wife to see Carolyn McBride, what was the purpose of your visit?
The purpose was we had our daughter was getting a little skinny.
Rose.
Mr. Quickle, your internet is sticking.
You froze for about 10 seconds or so.
I hate to tell you, but you're the one that's been freezing. Your internet there is not good.
No.
Okay, so what was the purpose of your visit? You cut out on us.
The purpose of the visit was she was getting kind of skinny in the ribs, and we just wanted to check it out. And also the arms were a little skinny, so we're definitely wanted to check that out to make sure she doesn't have any.
Okay. And when Miss McBride recommended supplementing with formula,
Oh yeah,
did you guys order that formula that she recommended?
absolutely. I could have sworn it was either that same day or the next day. I think probably the next day, or maybe the same day, the same night I ordered it. I think I ordered it while I was still at work before I left work and came home that night, but I'm not sure. But it came a couple days later, maybe 3 days later when by that time we were already in the, oh no, that was the
Judge,
cabrita. That was the cabrita. Sorry. That was the cabrita that I ordered. And we got that this practically in a couple days or the next day. And so we started on the cabrita and that
that's
stuff.
good. Judge, may I share my screen?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll watch for the prompt where I allow it.
Okay, can y'all see it?
Oh yeah. That's the good stuff. I think it was a bigger can than that. It's a bigger can, but that's basically the gist. I mean, in the
Okay.
picture it shows a small can, but it was a big can. That's it. Um,
And Judge, I have what's been marked as Exhibit 10. If you'll look at it for me, Mr. Quickle, you said this looks like the formula that you ordered.
yes,
Okay. And
we got that here.
what about this formula?
Yes, that was the one that I ordered after the appointment with Allison Palmer. That's the one she recommended.
Okay. And did you or Tanya supply me with these what looks like receipts and pictures
Yes,
for this? Okay.
we took all the Allison Palmer prescription and gave it to the hopefully the Foster family
Okay.
on our first visit.
Mr. Quickle, are these pictures a fair and accurate representation of what you submitted to me?
Yeah, except the Cabrita can's a little small. It's like a big extra.
I'm sorry, you're not understanding the question. Is this receipt, what appears to be a
Yes.
picture of a receipt? Is this
Yes.
what you presented to me?
Yes, and that's correct. That's all. That's my receipt for Cabrita
Okay.
to the appointment.
Does it appear to be modified at all from what you submitted to me for this hearing today?
No, and that's a Cabrita milk we got. That was recommended by Catherine McBride.
Judge, I would offer Exhibit 10 to be admitted.
Okay, I saw the Cabrita can, and then I saw a brief glimpse of another can. I didn't see anything about a receipt.
So this is the receipt, this first order receipt, Judge, of the Cabrita can.
Okay, that's just he ordered it online apparently.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I still don't. I guess that's what y'all are calling a receipt. So okay. Any objections to petitioners? What was it?
Exhibit number 10.
10. Petitioners 10. Any objections?
Respondent.
No objections.
All right, petitioners 10 is admitted.
And Judge, it's the respondents. I apologize.
I'm sorry. Yeah, respondents, not petition. Do you want?
Thank you, Judge.
Uh-huh.
And so, Mr. Quickle, looking at this order of the receipt for the Cabrita, do you see here where it says when it was delivered?
Mm-hmm.
And what is that date?
The 15th of April, right after our appointment. Yeah, right after our appointment. So
Okay. So your appointment with Carolyn McBride was on April 14th, where you discussed the goat milk, is that right?
yes.
And this is showing that it was delivered the next day, is that right?
Right.
Okay.
It's great stuff.
So while she was using this formula, is that where you started noticing that she was gaining weight?
Yeah, right around her ribs, and that went away. And then her legs, I started noticing her legs, and then later her arms, but not really. But mostly her ribs and her legs started filling out. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And did you present it to me for preparation of this hearing today?
Yes.
And what is this? What is this a picture of?
It's a weigh scale for babies.
Okay. And is this picture of this receipt, is it a fair and accurate representation of the receipt that you gave to me?
Yes.
And has it been modified in any way?
No.
And Judge, I would offer Respondents Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Okay, objections?
No objections.
Respondents 8 submitted.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Quickle, will you tell me what this date says here on the date that it was ordered, that this baby scale was ordered?
Baby scale ordered on April 10th, apparently.
Okay. And was that the same day as your first appointment with Dr. McBride?
Yes, April 10th was a Dr. McBride appointment.
Thank you. Mr. Quickle, if you can see what I have on my screen currently, do you recognize this picture?
Yeah, that's our baby drops.
Okay. And did you give me this in preparation of today's hearing?
No, I think Tanya did.
Okay. Did you see it before she sent it to me?
No. I think I might have, yeah. Yeah. So baby drops.
Okay.
The department has no objection.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Judge. I'd
No
like to
objection.
offer this exhibit number 9.
Respondents 9 is admitted.
Thank you so much for that. Okay. All right, Mr. Quickle. So in this particular picture, it says that these vitamin D baby drops, do you order those for Sophia?
I didn't know. I don't believe I ordered those. I think Tanya did.
Okay. So, do you see here where it says it was last purchased on April 12th?
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to this, had you guys ordered vitamin or bought at the store, either you or Tanya, vitamin D drops for Sophia?
Yeah, Tanya bought that lots of vitamin D drops, yeah. So we always
Okay.
had some on hand.
And to your knowledge, were you guys giving those to Sophia?
Oh yeah, yes. I for sure.
Okay. I think I'm done with my screen sharing for now, Judge.
Okay.
See, now it's to stop sharing. Oh, here we are. There we go. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Quickle. So is it fair to say that you would do things differently if you knew on April 21st what you know today?
Absolutely.
So there's been a lot of talk about you being opposed to needles and things like that for Sophia. Would you agree that's been the assessment today?
Yeah, in the wrong hands.
That's okay. So now you mentioned that at the hospital, when they drew Sophia's blood, they did something different. And why did that matter to you?
Oh, the different they sent a team up with a capillary draw for several capillary tube draw tests. And so that's what was different than the previous where they did the old fashioned where they go inside the vein with the needle and they take a little vial of it. That's what your difference was. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. And so if you'll describe that to the judge, a normal blood draw, you said was through the arm, and this one was where?
Through the heel, and apparently they can do that when they have a local lab right there. I, I don't know when they can do it actually. I just know that they did. They sent a team up, a capillary guys, and these guys were great. These guys were pros. They had a little pack of heat that they broke, and it heated up her heel. I think it was heat, and then they right when they put that on for like a couple minutes, and then right when they poked her really quick, and it was pretty much over. She stopped crying like almost right away, just after about a minute or so. And then they got their blood draws that they needed
Okay.
to determine her health.
And so for you, are you more concerned with the least invasive procedures as necessary for Sophia? Is that fair?
Yes, if the least invasive is the least trauma for my little girl, yes.
Okay. And you're asking the court to dismiss this case today, but are you willing to abide by any safety plan the department may have for you?
Yes.
Okay. And if that safety plan requires further lab testing, are you willing to comply with that?
For the lab testing, absolutely.
Okay, I pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lucero?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Quickle, as far as the exhibits that y'all presented today, being the formula, the Cabrita, and then the Nutrition, however you say that one, did you provide that information to anyone at the department prior to Sophia being removed from your care?
I told everybody. I told both Haley Stovall and Haley Wagner about the Cabrita and that we wanted to continue on that. And I just practically begged her to continue on that rather than go to a hospital or a doctor's we don't know in Amarillo, 110 miles away. I just would, but anyways, yes.
Okay. What about the Nutramigen after it was prescribed for her? Did you let either of the Haleys know there at the department that y'all had ordered that?
Yes, I believe I showed him the prescription slip. I had a picture of it. Um, and I also showed everybody at the hospital, probably all 15 doctors that took care of us, the prescription slip picture. And so that's how they really determined what this formula was going to be for the weight gain of the baby. It was all Allison Palmer's prescription.
Okay. And what about the drops, the vitamin D drops and the scale? Did you let the department know that y'all had ordered that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Okay.
I believe yes. I believe I told someone about the scale. We're weighing her and we're going to determine that she's gaining weight. And so that's why. So we know we're going to stick with what works. If this works and she's gaining weight, we're gonna do that. That's why we got the scale. But I can't recall if I told anybody that we had a scale, and I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay. All right, Mr. Quickle. Now, is the priority of is it your priority to have Sophia placed back with you and your wife?
Yes, I think she's best here for less trauma for her. It's just best to be in one family, not between two different families, and with us thriving, and we're going to get her thriving.
Okay.
And we
Now, if the court today were to order that she be placed back
got a
with
little
you,
baby. We got
He's
okay.
frozen, Ms. Lucero.
I'm sorry. Am I frozen, Your Honor?
No, he was.
Okay. Okay. I
I
apologize.
don't think he heard your question.
Okay. Mr. Quick, I'm gonna back up a little bit. You stated that your priority is to have Sophia back with you and your wife at your home, right?
yes.
Okay. Now, let's say that the court decides today, okay, we'll place Sophia back in the home, but under certain conditions. So just to be clear, if the court places Sophia back with you and your wife today or tomorrow, depends how long that would take, and ordered you that she had to go to a weigh-in every week, would you follow that?
Absolutely.
If the court ordered that if the doctor or it's requested that she has to submit to blood draws to make sure that she's still doing well, will you agree to that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, even if they're the other kind of blood draw, that's kind of more complicated. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And as far as letting the department come into your home and observe how Sophia's doing, you're willing to do that?
Oh yeah, we welcome those guys. Anyone who wants, yes.
Okay.
Stop by anytime. Absolutely.
And you've stated a lot during your testimony regarding like education and things like that. I know that you had a daughter, she's 25 years old, but since this case has started or since Sophia's been removed, have y'all taken any kind of parenting class or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. Um, what type of class did both you and your wife take that class or classes?
Yes, we were taking them together and then we get a certificate at the end of the class. I think we've taken 3 or 4 classes. I think for 3 for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you just briefly, what did you learn from those classes?
Oh, well, let's see. We have milestones. We have these milestones that we have to pay attention to that are important. Um, the tummy time is something new that I didn't do with my daughter,
Okay.
my first daughter.
So you've learned that tummy time is important for
Yeah,
a baby?
yeah, I'm
Okay.
learning things. I'm learning new things.
Okay. What about feeding? Have y'all taken any classes on feeding?
Yes. That was the baby's first bites, I think. The 0 to 6 months, and also 6 months to a year, I think, or 6 months to 2 years.
Okay.
So,
Now, if the court were to order you to take any other classes, let's say additional parenting classes to assist you, are you willing to do that?
oh yes, absolutely.
And any other services that the court would find would be beneficial for you, your wife, and Sophia, you're willing to do that?
You froze up.
Okay,
You
I'm
froze
sorry.
up for about 20 seconds or 15
Okay.
seconds.
I was just saying, if the court were to order you to take any other parenting classes or any other classes that would be beneficial for you, Sophia, and your wife, are you willing to do that?
Yes, that'd be great.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. We'll start with you, Ms. Ferguson. Any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. Mr. Quickle, the classes that you took, did you go in person to take them? Did you take them online? How did you take them?
We took them online.
And how long did it take you for each class?
Approximately 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
And who puts on the classes that you took? Where did you take them from?
It was at the WIC website. I'm not sure what the address for that is. I have it on my phone.
Did when you were concerned about Sophia's weight and you were seeking advice from the medical doctors, did you seek out any classes then or any information?
When we were seeing,
Let me narrow it down. In February, did you seek out any information about feeding Sophia?
no.
In March, did you seek out any information about feeding Sophia?
Well, information as far as official courses, no.
What information did you seek out?
Just stuff on the internet.
And can you remember what the internet told you?
Why she would be getting thinner or something, colic babies, or everything to do with being thinner. At that time, I think I can't remember. I think it was in late March or April, after she came back from her sister, from her from the funeral, her sister's husband's funeral. That's when I started looking, and I started getting concerned.
Okay. When the department first contacted you, did you invite them over to your house?
The department contacted me at my house. That's the first time I got contact. I asked them why they didn't send mail correspondence, and they said we don't do that or something like that. And so they were corresponding right with me.
Did you ask them to correspond with you only by mail?
No, I just said it's kind of unusual to get anything legal without a warning in the mail or something in the mail that says, hey, you might not be following the law here, or something, you're breaking the law, or you got 3 days to take these courses, or do something.
So on April 20th, did the department make any contact with you?
April 20th? No, I don't know.
Did they leave anything at your door?
April 20th. I did see a card there, but I thought I was a salesman. The card was just, I paid no attention to it.
Did the card ask you to call that number?
No, it was just a business card. But yeah, I kind of ignored it.
And on April 21st, how did it come about that you met the department in a church parking lot?
My wife called me over. She was with the baby in front of our church facing Main Street, in central Stratford, in the city center. And she called me, and I got over there in 5 minutes. And so Haley Wagner was just asking me questions, and she had some forms for me to fill out. And
So did you Did Haley ask to meet y'all at your home?
I believe yes. She said, yes, let's go to your house. And she came in. I think she did something with her. We let her in and she did something on her computer and we signed one form. I think it was a medical consent for Sophia's records. I can't remember.
Okay. Okay. But is it fair to say that at first you insisted on meeting in the church parking lot?
I didn't insist no on meeting. No, no, that's not
Okay.
correct. Okay.
Okay.
That's just where she stopped Tanya with the cop right there.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Whittington, any further questions?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Mr. Quickle, is it fair to say this is your first time exposure to CPS?
Yes.
If I may show again my screen, Judge.
Mhm.
Mr. Quickle, do you recognize what's on my screen here?
Yeah, that's one of the courses we took, I think.
I'm going to scroll
Baby's
down.
first skills. Yeah, baby's first skills. And then baby's first bites. Yes, I recognize those.
This one.
And breastfeeding, yeah, that was yes.
And what are these?
I think there's this program called WIC. I don't know what it stands for, but it's just helps parents um train to understand what's going on with their kid. Uh,
Okay. Do you recognize these as the certificates of the classes that you took through WIC prior to today's hearing?
yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the certificates that you gave me?
I think there's baby's first bites. It should be in there too. That's an important one that. Oh, there it is. Okay.
And have these been modified in any form?
Your Honor, the department has no objection.
Anyone
No
else?
objection.
All
No
right.
objection.
This is what respondents 11. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Respondents 11 is admitted.
Thank you so much. Mr. Quickle, do you recognize what's on my screen now? Mr. Quickle, do you recognize what's on my screen?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, technically, it's a place where the baby sleeps.
Okay.
A crib. A crib. That's what they're called.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that's what I put that together. I built that. It took me like a week. I don't know how many.
All right. And do you recognize this picture as well?
Absolutely. That's the baby changing station and chest of drawers.
Okay. And this one? Do you recognize this picture?
Those are the extra big cans of Nutrimagen, and that's Cabrita. The big can.
And what about these?
Yeah, that's Aunt Laura's tummy time. ABC's right there on the floor, carpet, and then that's our rocker. I got our rocker. Um, helps a little bit. That baby carriage is really helpful for going on walks. You can feed her, and then she takes a nap when you go on walks. And then that's this miracle thing on the right with all those with the dangling things. That's some kind of miracle thing that Grandma Andy got, where you can put her in there, and she practices rolling around. I swear. She puts her leg up, and then she almost rolls
Okay.
that thing. And she stays busy with it for like 15, 20 minutes straight. And that's our
And
stuff that we got on the first visit. We gave him all our cans of, well, the first prescription that we ordered of F of the Nutrimogen, and then
okay.
all those clothes and stuff. And then
Okay.
below that is our latest tummy time purchase because we're starting to take tummy time seriously.
Okay. All right. And are these a clear and accurate representation of what they look like they show?
Yeah, that's exactly like what they show.
Okay. And have they been modified in any way?
Nope.
Okay. Judge, I would offer Respondents Exhibit 7.
All right. No objections?
No objection.
All right. Respondent 7 is submitted.
Okay. Mr. Quickle, just going back to this last picture or one of the last pictures. This picture here, did you say you took that to your visit with Sophia?
Yeah, I think that was the first visit. Yeah, the first visit, we took a bunch of clothes, all those wet wipes, and the big thing of big box of diapers, and those 4 cans to help Sophia out a little bit, and also some baby powder in there. And there's a can opener. We figured they might not have a can opener for the cans, so we got a can opener. Okay.
Okay. That's very good. And why did you do that?
Because I love my baby. I love
Okay.
her.
Okay, very good.
To
Now,
help the
Mr.
family out.
Quickle,
Yeah, in case they don't have a lot of change when in between watches and stuff, it'll help the family out. That's taken care
yeah,
of. Yeah.
okay. Now, Mr. Quickle, if the current placement who's had what we've heard is good results with Sophia gaining weight, if they were to provide you with her feeding schedule, is that something that you and your wife would follow?
Yes, absolutely. We like to stick with what works. That sounds like a wonderful plan because she's really looking good. She's actually looking like all the other babies.
Yeah.
So that's
Um,
really happy for us. We're very happy to get that schedule because that's golden. That's like golden. Whatever they're doing is what we're going to be doing.
and during this time, Mr. Cookle, did the department offer uh, education or any skill development to you
Uh,
since Sophia's been removed?
no, we kind of figured out WIC on our own. Like when they offered WIC for free baby food or something like that, I said, no, I'm never going to qualify for that. But that's why I said no to that, not because no to the formula or anything, but I just don't, we're not going to qualify for that. I already checked in, that's $49,000 on the family, and we don't qualify for that per year. But anyways,
I'm glad you brought that up. So there was some testimony today about you declining those type of services for milk products or formula. And so explain to Judge why you declined that.
I just knew I wouldn't qualify with my income. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry
Okay,
about
that's
that. I
okay.
probably should have made it clear to them, but I thought I mentioned that. No, I'll never qualify for that because my income's too big. Maybe I said
Okay.
it, maybe I didn't explain to him that I just said I don't qualify. I will not qualify for that. I'm pretty sure. No way.
Okay. Um, did the department make any efforts to return Sophia to you?
No, we would really like to have some classes in helping us understand the failure to thrive.
Your Honor, I, I'm going to object to the legal conclusion nature of that question.
Overruled. It's just whether they offered it or not. That's a fact, not a legal conclusion.
Well, I would object to the make efforts to return the child home as a
Okay,
legal conclusion.
I'll sustain that, but asked if classes were offered. That's not a legal conclusion.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Quickle, are you telling the court today that you need more education before Sophia's able to be returned to you today?
No, once we get that feeding schedule, I think we can continue on with that. Plus, we've taken 3 classes on our own, and I think we've got a handle on it.
And while you were in the hospital with Sophia, Maddie Ortiz worked with you also, correct?
Yeah, she was great. She went over a lot of things that we could have had concern with, and the feeding, and so we followed her lead for the rest of the time in the hospital, as far as the feeding schedule.
Okay, I pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Lucero, anything else?
I have no further questions for Mr. Quickle, Your Honor.
Mr. Quickle, I have a question. You just now said just a minute ago that you don't need any further education. I counted at least 5 times during your testimony that you've said, I need more education on that. What do you mean by that?
When I said that was a context of not knowing the answers to everything, like a doctor would. And, we're not trying to get a medical degree here. I just want to hear from doctors mainly, and from maybe some WIC courses that specifically help us out in our situation, our specific situation.
So you do think you need some more education. It's just, I guess I'm not following you. You either do or don't. You either think you've got it handled as long as you get the feeding schedule, or you need some more education. I'm trying to get a handle on which it is.
I don't think on the feeding, I think we got a handle on the feeding, but on the possibly, I can't remember the context when I said there was a main context that I said I need education on that.
Let me ask you this: Are you needing to talk to some of these medical professionals, like you said you didn't understand all the risks that this could, maybe your baby could die, or
No,
are
I
you?
understand that. I understand that now that Raphael explained everything concisely.
Okay, so what you're telling me now is you don't really think you need any more education. You just need the feeding schedule, and you'll follow it, and everything will be.
Feeding schedule is nice, but we'll continue with education past the 6 months. I think that would help us.
Okay, you said you started some counseling. I saw what you did for the WIC program, but have you made the department aware of what y'all are trying to do? Are you doing online counseling or parenting, or which was it?
Neither. We're just focusing on Sophia getting her fed, and
all right. Okay, I got you.
the milestones. The milestones.
I got you.
Okay.
All right. If no one has further questions for him, Miss Ferguson, any other witnesses?
Your Honor, finally, I call Haley Wagner.
Okay. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break real quick.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Pamela, I'm so sorry. I just had a quick question. Do you think we're going to be done by 5?
Are you asking me, or?
I think I just have one more witness. I don't know how long that would take. And I don't know who else has witnesses.
Miss
Okay,
Whittington,
I just need to figure out daycare arrangements.
I'm sorry.
Miss Whittington, are you going to have other witnesses?
I was going to call Mom.
Okay. All right. I don't know what to tell you. I understand your question, Evan. It's 3:45, so.
I will just make arrangements.
Can you do that? Okay, I will be back shortly.
Haley, you've heard a lot of testimony today. As far as the medical testimony, is that what the department used to express our concerns to the court as far as the immediate danger to Sophia?
Yes, ma'am.
So the department relied on the doctors, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you first interact with the parents?
April 21st.
Okay, and how did that first interaction happen?
I arrived at the home. Local law enforcement was present due to concerns of Dad making prior statements that the department was a scam over text to an on-call worker. And so he was familiar with the family, and so he said he would assist me. I got to the home, and local law enforcement recognized mom and said, hey, she's approaching from the corner, as I was walking up to the home. So I came off the sidewalk, saw mom, she turned around and went the opposite direction. So I followed her on foot behind her, and then local law enforcement kind of rounded the corner, and ultimately she stopped in the church parking lot.
Okay. And that was the parking lot of the church that has been mentioned earlier?
That is correct.
Okay. And how did that conversation go?
So mom stopped, or law enforcement stopped her and said, hey, they're needing to talk to you. So I approached her and just introduced myself.
I'm sorry, what?
Was she present during that conversation? That was unclear to me. Between the law enforcement officer and mom.
Was I present?
Yes.
Yes.
I was at a distance, and I could see him pointing at me.
Okay. Then I would object, Judge, to any conversation between the officer and mom if Ms. Wagner was not present where she could hear herself.
You didn't hear it, Ms. Wagner?
I just saw him pointing at me.
Okay, sustained.
So, Ms. Wagner, you saw him pointing at you, and what happened next?
So I approached her, I introduced myself, identified as an investigator of Child Protective Services, and let her know that we had received a case and I was needing to speak with her regarding her households. Mom stated that it was time to feed her baby and she needed some privacy, so she stepped over to a different area of the church, and I just kind of stood aside with law enforcement while she did that. And then a little bit later, Mr. Quickle arrived at the church.
Okay. And so did you see mom using her phone, or?
I did not. Her back was away from us.
Okay. And what happened when Mr. Quickle arrived?
He approached me and asked what was going on. So again, I introduced myself, identified as an investigator, and I even showed him my badge just because there was previous concerns that the department was a scam. And he just expressed that he felt like the department would make contact with families on Saturdays because we were a government agency. And so I assured him that the person who did try to contact him over the weekend was an investigator, and she was trying to locate them and speak with them regarding this report that I was there for that day to speak with him about.
Okay. And then did he talk to you?
I went over the notification of rights, and he did sign it, and then he included a note on it that said under duress on the form. And then Miss Akrish was there as well. When I read the notification of rights and I asked if she would like to sign it, and he said she doesn't understand anything. So at that point I just said, well, I'm speaking to her. And so went over it with her, and then she ultimately signed it as well. And then I kind of explained the process that I needed to observe the baby. Oh.
Let me just stop there. When you spoke to her, what language did you speak to her in?
English.
And did she appear to understand you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is she appearing here today in court without an interpreter?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, what happened next?
So then I just kind of discussed with the family kind of like what the process was. And then I did request to get photos of Sophia while we were standing there. And then I explained, I would interview them, I would do a home assessment, and then ultimately I would discuss information gathered with my supervisor. And so that's kind of the process that it went.
And so did you discuss the allegations with them?
Yes, it's on the notification of rights form. It did state like why we were there.
Did they have any questions about the allegation?
Mr. Quickle did not understand medical neglect, and he did ask several questions about as soon after you interview us, are we good? Are you going to leave? Like he asked lots of questions of like kind of like when I would be done. And so I just explained, I have to gather this information first and then ask to go through my supervisor, and then I will relay that information to you guys of how kind of the process to go.
So how did it come about that they took Sophia to Allison Palmer? Did you have anything to do with that?
Yes, that was a directive given to me due to concerns of the appearance of Sophia, just to ensure she didn't need any further medical attention. And so the original directive was that she needed to go to the hospital. And Mr. Quickle reported that they could not afford the copay with their insurance. And so he actually suggested the idea of taking her to the local clinic, which was ultimately approved by my supervisor.
Yeah. And then what happened?
So they loaded Sophia up in the car, and then I followed behind them to the clinic. And they went into the clinic, and I just waited outside. And I did make a phone call to Miss Palmer just to let her know, hey, I'm working this case and I have sent this family in. Is there any way you could work them in? She said she saw the family in there and said, yes, we will arrange it in the schedule.
Okay. And did they come out after seeing Miss Palmer?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they tell you anything about the visit?
They said that she prescribed them a high calorie formula, and they had a prescription for it, and that they were willing to fill that prescription.
Okay. And what happened next in your investigation?
So well, before that, I had also spoken with Allison. I don't know if you need to know that, but she basically just gave her observations that there was development concerns for gross motor skills. Baby was, underweight for her age, and then it recommended an ECI development. And so I did talk to the parents about getting them into ECI. And then following that, they went home. Baby was fussy. They'd been, dealing with me all day and then at the clinic. So they went home. And then I spoke with my supervisor, and we ended up doing a 3-way call with mom, myself, and Supervisor Jordan to discuss what Dr. Hansen had reported to the department.
Okay. And how did they respond to the information that Dr. Hansen believed that the child needed to be seen at the emergency room?
They did have a lot of questions. They wanted to know who this person was. They'd never heard of her. They wanted to speak with her and hear it first from her. And so we did explain who Dr. Hansen was, what her credentials were. I let them know that they could look her up online to see her profile, and we also provided an office number for them to reach out to as well that day.
Okay.
I will note that this was after hours as well at this point. So.
Okay. And so at that point, ultimately, the department ended up seeking a order to aid an investigation to take the baby to the emergency room. Is that correct?
Yes. The family reported they wanted to think about taking the baby overnight. And we never really heard anything that they did. And so that's why we ultimately got that order to aid, just because Dr. Hansen did mention immediate concerns for the baby.
And what were you involved in that process at all?
With the order
taking the
to
baby
aid?
to? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I along with Investigator Stovall, were the ones that presented the order to the family that next day. And I was the transporter of mom and baby to the hospital.
And so you did offer that mom could ride with Sophia in the car with you. Is that correct?
Yes, we got that approved by supervisor.
Okay. And How did the parents react when you told them that there was a court order to take the baby to the hospital?
Miss Krish didn't have a whole lot of reaction, just very calm. Mr. Quickle just asked a lot of questions, asked if like where the judge's signature was, who this judge was, if he was local, why he wasn't local. So just explained that with CPS, we have a judge that oversees all of our cases and he's out of Amarillo ultimately.
Okay. And did they ask any questions about Sophia, about?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you follow up with the family after, well, what happened when you got to the emergency room?
So I presented the order to the emergency room and just let them know that this examination had been court ordered. And so we got him checked in. Mr. Quickle did follow us to the hospital in his personal vehicle. And so during the check-in process, again, Mr. Krish was calm, did as directed, and Mr. Quickle, you could tell he was a little bit flustered and just said that he was being forced, he was under duress, and just asked a lot of questions and of the medical staff, and yeah.
So even after hearing that there were significant medical concerns for the health of his baby, he said he was under duress to get her examined.
That is correct.
So at the hospital, what happened?
So they did a check-in. A baby did vitals and stuff like that, and then they put her in like a bay, and then some nurses came in to gather information. An emergency room doctor came in and spoke with them, and examined her and just said that her appearance is very small, and that they needed to do lab work. And again, Mr. Quickle questioned why lab work wasn't necessary, if it could hold off until the next day because it was past her bedtime. And he just asked lots of questions to the doctors and medical staff at that time. Neither when they were asked the diagnosis of the child, if the child had any diagnosis, both parents denied and never reported that there was failure to thrive. So ultimately I was the one that reported that.
Okay. Did you follow up with the family after that day?
I did not, due to being on personal leave.
Okay. Okay. But at some point you picked this case up again, is that correct?
So it was me and Investigator Stovall. Like I did kind of the first half of it. And then due to personal leave, she kind of took over this case at that point.
Okay.
So after the hospital and removal, it's been more of Investigator Stovall. Okay.
So before you went to the hospital with the family, did you ask the family of any other family members that they had or other support that they had in the area?
I did get collaterals from the family during my initial assessment. And I know that there was a caregiver resource form filled out during removal as well, and they provided caregivers. And so I did help contact those people as well as a possible safety monitor in case the court ruled that the baby ultimately placed back in the home with a monitor.
Okay. And so who all did you contact and what searches were done by the department?
So personally, I contacted, give me 1 second, Andrea Peterson and Vaughn Peterson.
Okay.
Which are going to be paternal grandparents. And then Investigator Stovall contacted a cousin I don't remember her name, and then Tatiana's or Miss Akrish's sister.
And what were the results of all of that contact? Were you guys able to locate a safety monitor?
To my knowledge, I don't believe so. I know the Petersons were not able to do anything long term, and as well as the cousin. I don't believe she's able to do anything long term. All of them are based out of state as well. There was no one local the family had. And then I believe, I'm not sure if, I don't recall I didn't have the conversation with the sister, nor was I present for that phone conversation. So I don't know what the result of that one was.
Okay. Okay, and what else did you do for your portion of the investigation?
I believe that's everything that I've done working with this family.
Okay. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Whittington.
Hey, Judge. Ms. Wagner, I'm sure you've heard many times today, I'm Mary Whittington. I represent the parents. Ms. Wagner, when you met the parents on April 21st, you said you went to their house. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do a walkthrough of their home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you find any concerns in the home?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
Were there any safety concerns in the home?
No, ma'am.
When you spoke to the parents about having a second opinion for Sophia, did you have a court order for that?
At the initial visit?
For the appointment with Ellison Palmer?
No, ma'am, that was just a directive that was given to me.
Okay, but you didn't need a court order to convince these parents to go to the doctor, did you?
To comply to go see Miss Palmer, no, ma'am, there was not a court order.
And were you at the clinic during that evaluation of Sophia?
I was not inside the clinic. I waited outside.
Okay. And what did Miss Palmer tell you about the parents?
She said she had no concerns of abuse or neglect by the parents. She felt like they needed some education, that an ECI referral would be beneficial, and that she had prescribed them a high calorie formula.
You mentioned you talked to Andrea Peterson and Vaughn Peterson. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask the Petersons if they would be able to monitor these parents for a year?
I spoke to them and said that typically with conservatorship cases, it's a long-term thing. I didn't ask them if they could do it for a year. I said it was on a long-term basis that could be up to 12 to 18 months, because typically that's how long conservatorship cases last.
Now, did you offer any education to these parents?
Did I? No, ma'am.
What type of education do you think they need, if any?
I mean, they would benefit from parenting classes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Sorry.
I pass the witness.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lucero.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wagner, I'm not sure exactly how the process goes from y'all's end, but did y'all ever offer, I know y'all looked at alternate placement or backup help, but y'all ever offer them like FBSS services, that type of, instead of going to the extreme that we're at now?
So that, I did discuss, let me back up. In my initial visit, we discussed just getting them to the doctor and the recommendations of the doctor, of their first Dr. Carolyn McBride, and then the recommendations of Dr. Hansen. And then getting them to the hospital for that. And then anything further after that, further decisions on that case, I was no longer involved due to my personal leave.
Okay. All right, then. So according to your affidavit, the department, I guess, got a report back on April the 17th. Is that right? On or about the 17th of April?
The initial report coming in?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you stated, I guess, approximately, you reached out you attempted to reach out to the family on the 20th, I guess, 3 days later, but you weren't able to reach them. Is that right?
That would be Investigator Stovall attempted to make that initial contact.
Okay.
And then I assisted on the case due to being in the area on April 21st, and that's when I made contact.
Okay. Do you remember, and there's a reason I'm asking this, do you remember about what time you made contact with the parents on the 21st?
I don't.
Okay, well, you stated
It
earlier.
was mid-afternoon.
Mid-afternoon. Okay. All right, then. When was the first time you made contact with Dr. Hansen?
So that contact was made by phone between my supervisor and Dr. Hansen. It was before 5 p.m. at that point that they had made contact. I couldn't tell you the exact time because I was not, I don't have that information.
Okay. So on that day, while you were dealing with meeting up with the parents, then I guess your supervisor was in contact with Dr. Hansen. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And on the 21st, it was when the parents made, that's when they went in to see Miss Palmer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, so at the time that your supervisor was talking to Dr. Hansen and giving her the the information, Dr. Hansen at that time still, is it your understanding she still didn't have the information from Dr. Palmer or Miss Palmer, if that's where the parents were at the time? Does that make sense?
She had the information. She had the information of the initial report and an image of the baby.
Okay, but she did. So I know she testified earlier about records that she saw, but she hadn't seen any records. She hadn't seen any recommendations from Dr. McBride or Miss McBride or Miss Palmer yet. Is that correct?
I don't know. To my knowledge, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what she had.
Okay. Well, you stated that there was a three-way. I guess eventually there was a phone call with the mother and you and your supervisor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that after the visit with Miss Palmer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point, had you spoken directly at any time with Dr. Hansen to let her know what Miss Palmer had said?
I had not spoken with Dr. Hansen, no, ma'am.
Okay.
I could not testify if that information was provided by my supervisor, because at that point, my supervisor did have that information because it was relayed to her by me.
Okay. All right. And so at this point, when y'all are making contact, your supervisor's making contact with Dr. Hansen, the child had already been seen by, I don't know if it's Dr. or Miss McBride, that didn't recommend hospitalization, right? Ms. McBride didn't recommend hospitalization, isn't that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then they went to go see Miss Palmer without a court order. They voluntarily went over there and there was no recommendation for hospitalization, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And and again, if you weren't part of the conversation, you don't know if Dr. Hansen at that point knew whether or not the child was gaining weight on this goat milk. Did she? Or do you know?
I couldn't answer that.
Okay. And then so and then then y'all filed for an order to aid I guess for medical care or whatever that I might be saying that incorrectly. When did you what y'all requested that on the 22nd or when? I haven't seen that is why I'm asking.
The order to aid was requested the following day and signed by Judge Graham the following day, that afternoon.
That afternoon. Okay. Okay. And then you heard, I guess, the social worker from the hospital testify earlier today. She said that she received a call from the department. I believe it was from you, and it may not, but someone from the department stating that a child will be brought in to be for an examination. Is that right?
That is what Veronica Prosser testified. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay. And at this time, do you know who contacted Ms. Prosser?
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know if someone was contacted before or after Judge Graham signed that order, right?
It was, I believe it was after. I don't know what time it was.
But you weren't involved at that point, right?
I did not make that phone call, no ma'am.
And as far as any backup caregivers or someone to supervise the family, again, is it your understanding that they really don't have any family members here in the area that could assist?
That is correct.
Before y'all reached out to Dr. Hansen to see if something else was needed, again, just to be clear, the FBSS services weren't offered to these parents, right?
At the time of the phone call to Dr. Hansen?
Yes.
FBSS had not been discussed at that point, no ma'am.
What about a possible order to participate to help alleviate concerns, give the parents education, keep the department, keep their eyes on them? Was that ever discussed?
In my part of the case, no, the only order that was discussed was that order to aid. Again, anything after that I did not partake in anything.
And I understand you don't partake in it. You didn't partake in it. I know that y'all kind of, had the first part of the investigation. Ms. Stovall had the second part, but you have access to the records and what's going on with the case. You've had a chance to review things before you're here today. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right then. So anywhere in there, did you see where FBSS services were offered or possibly even an order to participate in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right. Anyone have further questions for this witness?
Your Honor, I do have a quick question, and I do want to let the court know that I called the wrong Haley. But Ms. Wagner, in regards to FBSS, you were asked if this was done as a reasonable effort. Would services have been enough to address the concern of the child's health and safety on the 21st or the 22nd?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation.
Your Honor, she opened the door.
Yeah, I'll overrule it, but we can kind of short circuit this. FBSS would not have been considered by the court because Dr. Hansen was telling me this child was at risk of death. So it's that simple.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I had.
Okay. Anyone else?
No questions.
Okay. All right, then, Ms. Ferguson, other witnesses?
Haley Stovall, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Stovall, you unmute. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes,
if you
sir.
raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stovall, please state and spell your name.
It's Haley Stovall, Haleigh, then Stovall, Stovall.
Ms. Stovall, you've heard the testimony of Ms. Wagner, so let's pick it up where Ms. Wagner left it off. What is the thing that after Sophia was in the hospital, did you come back as assigned on this case?
So, yes, I was directed to assist in the exigent removal of Sophia.
Okay. While she was in the hospital, did you contact the hospital or gather any information from the hospital?
No, I personally didn't know. I know communication was had with my supervisor from the hospital, but not me directly.
Okay, so your supervisor was gathering all that information.
Yeah.
Do you recall what the department received as information?
I do not, I'm sorry.
Did you write an affidavit?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so what was the information in your affidavit that the department was concerned about during the hospitalization?
It was the lack of cooperation from Mr. Quickle, or the family to do the feeding tube, the non-complying on the feedings for the 30 minutes, stuff like that.
And did you believe that that Sophia would be in immediate danger if she went home with her parents when discharged from the hospital?
Yes.
And why?
There was a fear that the medical requirements or recommendations would not be followed due to the lack of compliance in the hospital.
And so at that point, is that why the department didn't consider services on the day that she was removed?
Yes, because Dr. Hansen, it was detrimental to the baby's health and safety.
And the concern was if she returned to the same environment she was in prior to going to the hospital, that would be dangerous to her health and safety. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it the department's intention when filing for removal that this family would be offered services?
Yes.
And do you personally offer families services during the investigation?
During the investigation, yes, but during removals, no.
Okay, so during the investigation, when you offer services, it's to transfer it to family-based safety services, is that correct?
Yes.
So you don't set up any services, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's not correct.
Okay.
I do not.
And that is why we're here today. Is that your understanding, to ask the court to continue temporary managing conservatorship for this child and to offer order services for this family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about after the removal. What did you gather names of family members who could potentially be either safety monitors or move into the home so the child could be placed back home?
Yes, I did.
And who were? Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Who were the family members you looked into?
So it was the grandparents, and it was Vaughn, and I'm trying to remember the grandma's name, not coming to my head right now. And then an aunt on dad's side and a sister on mom's side.
And did you run background checks on all of those people, or attempts to?
Yes, I did.
And what attempts did you make regarding background checks on people from other states?
So we had to do out-of-state background checks, and then we also spoke to them directly.
Okay, and who did you speak to?
I personally spoke to the aunt on dad's side and the mom's sister.
Okay, and would either of those been willing to come to Texas to stay with the family?
They were willing to come to Texas to stay, but not long term. It was for a couple weeks at a time. They obviously have lives and they are out of state.
Sure. Did the parents provide any other names of potential people who could be safety monitors?
The parents did not. When I spoke to the aunt on dad's side, she did say that she was talking to other family members, but I never heard anything back from that to this date.
And did you leave your phone number with her and ask her to contact you if she came up with anybody?
Yes, she asked for my first name and my last name and my direct phone number.
Okay, and you haven't received any phone calls?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Since the removal, have the parents been offered visitation?
Yes, they have.
And do you know when that visitation has occurred, roughly off the top of your head?
So far, it's been every Friday. Time frame, I don't know exactly, but from the pattern that I've gathered, it's every Friday.
Okay. Have you been provided with any names or numbers to run a home study for the child to potentially be placed with?
In the state of Texas, no.
Okay. And what about out of the state of Texas? Have the parents asked you to place the child with a relative?
They have not personally asked. All of the family members that we contacted, they did say that they would be willing to have relocation.
Okay. And that would require in order to do a home study in a different state, that would require an ICPC, is that correct?
Yes, it's quite a lengthy process.
Okay. And as you sit here today, though, you don't have anybody that the parents have asked you to run a home study on through an ICPC?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had any interactions with these parents during your investigation?
I attempted to contact Tatiana about the caregiver form, but I was told that we weren't allowed to contact her and we had to do it through the attorney. So I did contact the attorney to get that sent over.
And was it Miss Akrish's request to you that you not contact her directly?
I don't recall that if it was her request or the attorney's request.
Okay.
But it was portrayed through her.
But you honored that, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
But you did receive a caregiver resource form, is that correct?
Yes, by email. Mr.
Okay.
Quickle sent it to me.
Okay. Have you had a chance, well, since you haven't been able to talk to the parents directly, I'm assuming you haven't had any chance to talk to them about any types of services?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have they asked any questions to you or anybody else with the department that you know of?
Not that I know of personally, no.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, at this time, I pass the witness.
Right, Ms. Whittington.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Stovall, my name is Mary Whittington. As you know, I represent the parents. You and I have visited on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And I have copied you on several emails regarding these parents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I've supplied you with their certificates for education and pictures of the baby, the house, all of those things, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You testified that it would be a danger for Sophia to return to her parents after being discharged from the hospital. Explain what that danger is exactly.
I think the fear of going back to the lack of nutrition, not following the feeding schedules, not obeying is not the correct word that I'm looking for, but not following medical recommendations, maintaining the follow-up appointments.
Now, you said based on fear. Is the fear from the departments, is that a basis for not allowing a child to return to her parents?
I meant health. Fear was the incorrect word.
Okay. Now, you said that you were afraid that they were not going to follow the feeding schedules. Are you aware that the parents were already making gains of weight gains once the child was put on goat milk?
The department was informed of that, yes, during the hospital visit.
And even though the parents had made gains with this child's weight prior to CPS intervention, you're saying that they wouldn't continue making those gains? Is that what you're saying?
There was concerns of that, yes.
What evidence would you have that the parents wouldn't continue to feed this baby based on the recommendations of the medical providers?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the request of evidence from a witness.
Overrule. I mean, I know what I heard about what they were doing with the baby in the hospital, so.
There was already failure to follow through at the hospital. They weren't following the instructions of the feeding
Your Honor,
times.
that would be hearsay.
Sustained. I know what I heard earlier.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Ms. Stovall, even though, when did you hear about Allison Palmer's assessment of the parents?
I read about it in the investigation from Haley Wagner when I took back over.
Okay. So you're aware this was the second opinion that the department requested?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And this biased medical provider found no issue with these parents. Is that your understanding?
That's what they testified, yes.
And did she communicate to the department that this parents need education for feeding?
Yes, that was communicated.
And are you aware if the parents received education while Sophia was in the hospital?
While she was in the hospital? Like through hospital staff?
Yes.
Yes, through testimony today, yes.
And you added some of that in your affidavit, correct?
Yes.
So even though you were aware of the assessment of these medical providers and you were aware that these parents had proper gains by following instructions from Carolyn McBride, you still feel like the baby's in danger with these parents?
I feel like the parents lack education to ensure that Sophia progresses.
Did you hear the testimony today from Maddie Ortiz saying that she observed these parents feeding the baby? Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did hear that testimony, yes, ma'am.
And did you hear her say that she didn't have any issues or concerns with the way they were feeding the baby as far as the bottle usage or holding the baby?
That is what she testified, yes, ma'am.
And that was part of your affidavit as well, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And in spite of all of that, the department still had concerns about these parents. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Lucero?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stovall, at this time, is the department concerned that the parents won't follow any type of medical advice if the child is placed back with them?
I think with court involvement and the department's involvement, I think that alleviates the concern.
And would that be the same for following the feeding schedule and weight checks?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Would your concerns also be alleviated regarding like the child's feeding schedule and weight check-ins if there was some type of court involvement?
Yes, if the family was being monitored, yes.
Okay. So at this time, is the department opposed to the child being placed back with the parents so long as the department is involved in some way to ensure that the child's gaining the proper weight, there's weight check-ins, and if there's any medical follow-up that needs to be done, that it will be done?
I think that's the court's call. I would heavily suggest a monitor being present and active in the home.
Okay, so you're saying you want the department's position at this point is that y'all still want someone in the home, right?
To monitor, to ensure that they're doing the follow-ups and following through with medical recommendations.
Okay, but if the parents, let's say the department was involved in some way and they're unable to have someone in the home, wouldn't weekly check-in waits with either Dr. Palmer or or Miss McBride, wouldn't that help alleviate those concerns if the child continues to gain weight, as long as she's checking in every week?
I would prefer to leave that decision up to Judge Graham.
No, I understand that. And he's going to have the final decision. I'm just asking, would that help alleviate the department's concerns?
Help alleviate, yes.
Okay, all right.
I want to correct one thing because I've heard it a couple of times, Miss Lucero.
I'm
There
sorry.
is no Dr. Palmer. Allison
Okay.
Palmer is not a doctor.
You know, Your Honor, I didn't want to be disrespectful, so I was trying to say Miss or Doctor, so Miss Palmer. Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Anyone else have further questions for Ms. Stovall?
Your Honor, just to clear something up.
Okay.
Ms. Stovall, is the department's position that we are asking the court to continue temporary managing conservatorship?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it the department's position that that is necessary to continue to ensure the safety of the child?
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as the child going home to the parents, is the department asking this court to order services for the parents to work prior to the child being reunified into their home?
Prior, yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Anyone else?
Your Honor, I have a follow-up. Ms. Stovall, what services besides parenting are y'all requesting for the parents to participate in?
Parenting classes. I mean, I don't exactly know.
Well, Haley, I'll help you out here. You've already
Okay.
testified. It's not your job to set up the services. Your job's to investigate, and then it goes where it goes. Correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question that I know you can't answer, but just to be sure, are you don't deal with the services, but are you aware of any type of quote education or service I can order to teach these parents how to feed their child? I've been asking everybody that. I haven't heard anything yet.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I wish I had an answer for you.
I wish you did too, because I certainly don't have one. Okay. All right, then. Any further witnesses, Ms. Ferguson?
No, Your Honor, and at this time, the department rests.
Okay. All right. Then Ms. Whittington, witnesses?
I just want to briefly call Mom just to clear up something, Judge.
Okay. I need to take about a 2-minute break and make a phone call real quick, and I will be right back, I promise.
Thank you. Ms. Akrish, there's been some questions asked today regarding follow-up appointments with Sophia. Did you hear all of that testimony today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And your husband was talking about a death in the family. Can you explain to the court what that was?
Yeah, my brother-in-law, that's my sister's husband, passed away on February 14th, which is Valentine's Day. And he was sick with ALS. And that was a very sad situation happening, an event happening in our family.
And so when he passed away, did you and Sophia go to see your sister?
Yeah.
And where does she live?
In Wisconsin and Mineral Point.
Okay. And how long were you gone?
From February 25th till March 31st.
Okay. So a
little over 5 weeks, 4 weeks.
when you came back, is that when you made an appointment to see the doctor?
Yeah, and I was also trying to reach the breastfeeding consultant in Ukraine, which I contacted earlier when only Sophia was born. And she gave me consultation, how to breastfeed and all the details about that.
And you went to see Carolyn McBride. We've talked about extensively today. And on the 14th, did she prescribe a new formula for you?
Yeah, and I was asking her if goat milk formula is going to be fine, and she gave us like a few examples of it. And we chose Cabrita to be one of that we can feed the baby. We checked if it was available in the market in Delhart. It wasn't available, and I ordered it online. And I chose Walmart to order because it was delivered like next day.
Very good. And when you received that formula the next day, is that when you got started on the Cabrita?
Yeah, as soon as we received it.
Good stuff.
And also during this time, are you the one that ordered the baby scale?
Scott ordered the scales.
Scott did. Okay, very good. And so I think there's some concerns, or at least it's been testified to today, about your ability to feed the baby. Can you explain what you were doing to feed the baby on the Cabrita, where she was making that positive weight gain?
Well, with Cabrita, we were trying to see, to measure exact amount she should eat per time. With the breastfeeding, it's hard to do because you never know how much she ate. So it should be measured. Every her feeding should be measured. If it's a breast milk, it's better to pump it, to put it in the bottle, and then we can see how much she ate. So when it's measurable, it's easier to see that she's getting as much as she needs.
Have you learned a lot through this process?
Oh, yes, a lot. And while we were at the hospital and communicating with the breast consultant and with other specialists and with Karen McBride and with Jamie Martin when I came for my appointment. So, yeah.
And if the judge were to order that Sophia is placed back with you today, how will you go about making sure that she's fed appropriately?
Well, we're definitely going to follow a doctor's recommendation because
You're frozen.
that amount she's eating will be changed.
Okay, excuse me, ma'am. You'll have to repeat your answer because y'all froze up again.
Sorry.
So one more time, if you will, Ms. Akrish, will you describe to the court how you will ensure that Sophia is fed appropriately?
Well, at the hospital in Amarillo, it was 4 ounces she was eating. Afterwards, I know that that amount per feeding increased and it was 6 ounces. And since she is gaining more weight, it means the amount will increase. So we have to talk with the doctor, and the doctor is going to tell us how much it should be per feeding, and we're going to follow. I mean, as soon as it should be measured, we see how much she needs, we give that amount to her as many times it's needed during the day. If it's formula, it should be mixed like the doctor says us to mix it. And if it's breast milk, I can pump it and I can see the amount that is pumped.
Okay. And have you requested the baby's current feeding schedule? Have you requested that information?
Yeah.
Did we?
And have you received it yet?
Not yet.
No.
Okay.
That's good. Fine.
Now, Ms. Akrish, you and your husband have taken some classes online through WIC. Did you learn any good information from those classes?
Well, yeah, there were certain milestones we're looking for, and since she is getting 6 months old, it's good time when she can start solids, and their course was telling how to start, that it's better to go with the vegetables first, that it should be pureed, but still main nutrition for her is going to remain breast milk or formula. And all the rest is going to be like additional.
Okay. And do you feel like you have a pretty good grasp based on the education that you received at the hospital, and then even on your own with the Cabrita? Do you feel like you have a good grasp on feeding Sophia at this point?
Well, I believed I learned a lot, which should be followed, and I'm going to follow it. As she is gaining weight, she is doing much better. So, yeah, I would like to follow those recommendations.
Are you asking Judge Graham to return your baby home?
Of course.
Are you willing to follow any safety plan or even order to participate that the court may have for you and your husband?
Yes.
I pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Ferguson, questions? You're muted.
Your Honor, ordinarily I would have questions, but for the sake of the time, I'm just going to pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lucero.
Hi, John. I don't have any questions. Ms. Whittington covered what I was going to ask.
All right. Okay, then, Ms. Whittington, do you have any other witnesses?
I do not, Judge. I rest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lucero, witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Lucero, recommendations?
Your Honor, it's kind of like an alternative, but I don't know if it's possible. I would ask the court maybe to order an order to participate in this case and place the child back with the parents, and then have the weekly weigh-ins, any lab work or anything like that that's required that the parents follow, and for them to follow the feeding schedule, and any other orders that the court thinks is appropriate. In the alternative, Your Honor, if the court is not doesn't believe an order to participate is sufficient, then I would ask if the department's named temporary managing conservator, Your Honor, I would still ask for the child to be placed back with the parents with the same recommendations as far as weekly weigh-ins, any lab work, medical advice, and a feeding schedule, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Wyatt, recommendations from CASA.
Yes, Your Honor. CASA will recommend that the department be named temporary managing conservator, but that the child be placed back home on a monitored return with weekly weight check-ins, and that information be provided to all parties, including CASA, and that the family, the parents follow any and all recommendations from the doctor. I would recommend that the parents be provided the feeding schedule and routine from the current foster placement. And as far as education, I'm kind of on the page with you. I'm not sure where that education comes from, but I would recommend that the parents continue what they're doing with WIC, and if anybody else has any other resources, that the family do that. I would recommend that the ECI, it sounds like ECI evaluation has been started, but that make sure that that continues with the parents, and then also just to let the court know that I have spoke to our CASA volunteer, and she lives in Stratford, and she said she could be in the home weekly. If the child's on a monitor return, then St. Francis could be in the home weekly, and then with weekly check-ins, that could be potentially 3 days a week that different sets of eyes are on that baby.
Great, that sounds wonderful. Okay, give me just a second here. Ms. Wyatt hit it right on the head. It's just going to take me a minute to get that all on paper. I should have just had her announce it. Give me just a few minutes here. All right. Based on the evidence I've heard today, as well as the exhibits that have been admitted, first of all, I will deny the parents' motion to dismiss the case. I will continue the department as temporary managing conservator. I will order that Sophia be placed back with her parents once they've been provided with a feeding schedule that is approved by the child's physician or physicians. And what I mean by that is not nurse, practitioner, the actual physician or physicians. Then I will order the parents to strictly follow that feeding schedule that will be provided to them. The child will not be returned until they have that in place. I'm going to order the parents to present the child for all medical appointments and/or procedures as recommended by the child's medical providers. I will order weekly or more often weight checks for Sophia, more often if recommended by Sophia's medical providers, but at least weekly. And that, as Ms. White said, that the department is to make all of the parties, including CASA, aware of those weekly checks, or the results of those weekly checks, I should say. I'll order, if it's not already taking place, I'll order that Sophia undergo an ECI evaluation and follow all recommendations of that evaluation. Let's see. I don't think I have anything else. I want Miss Whittington, if you'd be sure your clients understand legally and procedurally, the department is the temporary managing conservator. The department makes the medical decisions for the child, not the parents. Even though the parents are going to have the child in their home, they must follow whatever's recommended by the conservator, which at this point is the department. So,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Unless somebody knows something I've missed, I'll set a status hearing in this case for June 17th, 2026. That will be by Zoom like today's hearing. Parties can ask their lawyers, or anyone can go on the court's online docket a day or two before June 17th to see what time of day we'll have that hearing. That will avoid you having to sit in the waiting room for hours waiting for us to get to you. So, does anybody have any questions or anything I've missed?
I have a comment, Judge, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Dr. Hansen did testify today that she observed Sophia last week and that she did make a modification to the baby's feeding schedule. So just a note for the department that Dr. Hansen should have something already available, because she said she testified that she did tell them to add a little more formula than what the can called for on the Nutramigen. So she should already have something documented from a doctor.
That's good, and I trust her implicitly, but I want it approved by Sophia's physicians, and she's not Sophia's physician. So
Okay.
I'm happy for Dr. Hansen to present it to Sophia's physician, and if that physician says, yeah, I agree in total, then that's what the court has ordered. Because Dr. Hansen's going to be out of this, so we've got to have somebody that's going to make those calls.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then we will stand in recess. Y'all have a good weekend, and we'll see you back on June 17th unless something comes up earlier.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Y'all.
Thank you, Judge.